Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you doing on this fine Monday, July 6th? Happy belated 4th of July. That's where I've been celebrating America's birthday. And I had a great weekend, and I'm very extremely tired. So bear with me today. Bear with me today. Um, okay. Whew, we have a lot to get to, all right, because I had a lot to get to on my last live stream. Okay, the last live stream I did where it ended up being in the middle of it, I ended up finding out, that I'd received some, not all, of the public records that I requested from the Draper Police Department, and it had to do with Dan McNeff, and Dan McNeff saying that's, what's his name? Ammon and Matt McNeff's dad, saying that his window had been shot out. Come to find out, no, it had not. No, it had freaking not. No, it had not. The window was still intact, except there was a big hole in it. Okay, so it had not been shot out. It was still in the frame. And come to find out, the cops didn't even rule that thing to be a shooting. The cops said that the most likely explanation for that hole in the window was the construction work that was going on simultaneously. Okay, so anyway, that came through in the middle of my live stream, and I basically had to take a completely different direction from what I was originally going to be talking about, and I never even got around to talking about some of that stuff that I wanted to talk to y'all about possible more other possible unauthorized practice of law, some other additional FBI connections. Well, on top of that, now I'm like extra behind because of this body cam footage and the 911 call and all that. On top of that, now we have more news breaking today. And this news that's breaking today is that um, Reckless Ben, almost said Tyler Robinson because that's happening too. Reckless Ben does have a court hearing today. You may already know this. You probably already know this, but I'll pull up the map web anyway. You probably already know this, but Reckless Ben does have more than three, but three that we've really been tracking cases going on here. Three against him that we've been tracking. He has some against other people, namely Joshua Johnson. So we know about the RICO allegations. That's the one that started in Provo, but it got kicked on, or the district court, but it got kicked on out to federal court for now. This is BAM Franchising versus Ben Schneider. This one started out as a state court case number 260402353. Now that one just, put a line through for now. And we also remaining cases are the two criminal cases, which are in Utah, the state of Utah versus Ben. This is the state of Utah case. This is the one with Thomas Lowe. And then the one that there is a hearing today in. Today is July 6th. The one there's a hearing today is this one right here, Provo City versus Benjamin Paul Schneider, case number 261000376. And the case is at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, which is 11 o'clock Mountain Time, which is 1 o'clock Eastern. So that's in about an hour and a half. Now, there is and the things he's facing here are, I think it's criminal trespass and disorderly conduct under the state laws of Utah, and he's facing up to 9 months. The criminal trespass, he could be facing up to 6 months, and the disorderly conduct, he could be facing up to 90 days or 3 months. So that's going to be coming down the pipe. That's going to be coming down the pipe. This is not the trial. No, this is just a hearing. It's what's called a preliminary hearing. So I thought we could take a look at what has already gone on in this specific case. That is the Provo versus Ben. Where it stands today is this is a pre-trial conference. There was originally a hearing that the indictment came down on April 7th. Then on May 14th, Ben had his arraignment. The judge in this case is named Stephen Schreiner. And I do have the audio for the arraignment. We can listen to it if y'all want to. We already have listened to it again. This hearing has nothing to do with the TRO, except that maybe Joshua Johnson has tried to get a temporary. No, he got the TRO in the state of Utah one. Okay, so it was not actually a. I'm not going to have Ben on. Me and Ben don't talk. It actually was originally this criminal protective order that Josh got in the state of Utah case, but I don't believe there is a criminal protective order or a TRO in this case, on the Provo case. So no, don't need the arraignment again. That's what I thought. So do you think Josh and Brandon will get charged with animal abandonment? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, so here's the situation. I have a lot of stuff to cover today. Also started today, and it does kind of in some ways weirdly relate back to this case somewhat. And that is the Tyler Robinson trial, preliminary hearing has also started. So today is a pretrial conference in the Reckless Ben case. This is where I anticipate lawyers will just kind of talk about discovery they need, how or whether they are on track for getting what they need, both sides, and things like that. And then also we have the Tyler Robinson case today. Now, the original judge on the BAM franchising versus Ben and Victor and all of them was a man by the name of Tony Graff Jr. Tony Graff is also on this Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. Okay, same exact judge, same exact courthouse. And I always found that to be very strange because not only is he on that case, not only is he on this civil case, that's a death penalty criminal case. I mean, that's like the highest level criminal case you could do over there. And he's also doing civil cases, private civil disputes, but he's also the judge, or was also the judge, according to reports, on the Dan McNeff divorce from his wife a few years ago. So this man gets around. It seems like they just don't have any specialties over there. Those judges get thrown on whatever. But I thought maybe, after today's hearing and after today's live on the Bricks and Minifigs stuff, maybe we could circle back around and look at the day one preliminary hearing in the Tyler Robinson case. I do have a poll up right now if y'all want to take a look at that. I was thinking we could kind of there's so many recesses and breaks and waiting and stuff. It usually ends up being a lot of waiting around when you're watching those things actually live. So I was thinking maybe if I started a few hours after it started, then we can fast forward through some of those more, hate to say it, but boring parts. So make sure you vote in that poll. And as it says on the poll, I reserve the right to do whatever I want to do anyway. I might not feel like it, or I might feel like it. We'll see. Here's the issue. I do anticipate running into one issue today, and I do want to let y'all know about it up front. The hearing for Reckless Ben will be streamed on the web. It will be live streamed, basically. The way that they're doing it, though, is through WebEx, and when you go to sign into it, there's this huge warning, and it's like, warning, I'm paraphrasing here, do not redistribute or republish or rebroadcast this stream, etc., etc. In the past, these hearings in the state criminal cases for Reckless Ben have been 1 minute to 6 minutes long. I do not anticipate today being any different. This is not a preliminary hearing. It's just a pre-trial conference where the parties are going to probably talk about the things they still need, talk about the other side, talk about scheduling. That's probably what the most thing that's going to be talked about is the schedule and evidence. Now, it is also the first time Ben's lawyers are going to be appearing for him in a hearing that we know of. And so we're going to, probably hear from them. So because I do not want to get in trouble, I do not want to break any rules, I'm probably going to watch the hearing while I'm on live, but I'm not going to rebroadcast it here. What I have done, this is the thing. Little Lamb, you're right. A lot of people do it and a lot of people get away with it. But what happened when I pulled up a public UCC filing on Thursday? Did you see? My whole freaking video got taken down for a community guidelines violation of posting non-public information when it was clearly and obviously public information from a public UCC filing. And I am still fighting back and forth with YouTube to appeal that. So I am not going to be doing that. Okay. Y'all can do it if you want to. You probably won't get in trouble. But ever since I've been a little girl, ever since I have a memory, ever since I remember being alive, everybody else gets to do stuff that I just somehow, for some reason, just can't do. So that's going to be also happening here. So what I'm going to do is, when it comes time for that hearing, which is not for another hour and 20 minutes or so, I'm going to stay live and all that, but I'm going to kind of take a little bit of a pause for however long it takes, 1 minute, 5 minutes, maybe up to 10 minutes. I'll put a little banner up and if y'all want to watch, sorry, I can't do two things at once. And if y'all want to watch, yes, I do have ADHD. Yes, that is the ADHD experience. Everybody else gets to do stuff, but not me. Anyway, listen. Actually, I don't have ADHD. I've been diagnosed with ADHD and I have some symptoms of it, but I don't have any diagnoses as far as I'm concerned. I have been diagnosed with ADHD though. Okay. I just don't want them to put me in a home somewhere or something. So I just like to say no, I don't claim that, but I do have the symptoms of it. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I've posted the public court hearing link down below. When it comes time for that public hearing to happen, which is over an hour from now, I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to go over there and watch it. I'm not going to rebroadcast it here for reasons I just stated, but we can all go over there and watch it together. There may be somebody by that time who did get permission to upload or post the hearing. There certainly are people who have requested the audio already and will be posting it at some point. But as far as following the rules and, getting y'all the news as fast as I can is concerned, I'm going to take a step away in about an hour and 15 or 17 minutes, listen to that hearing. Y'all can also go listen to it on the link that's posted below. That's the official court WebEx hearing link. I'll also show y'all how to get to it if you want to go and click on it directly from the court website. You don't want to click on my link. I don't get obviously any money or anything from it, but I just copy pasted the link. Okay, so today is a pretrial conference. All right. That is how I'm going to have to handle that until further notice. Okay, so his arraignment was in May. Let me just pull up the docket for this case. This is the one again, Provo City versus Ben for disorderly conduct and criminal trespass. These incidents supposedly happened in December. I believe this had to do with when he went over there to the Bricks and Minifigs headquarters and Ammon came out and said, never happened, never happened, never happened. Okay, so indictment was in April. Summons in April. Arraignment was in May 14th to be exact. Then, yep, there's the arraignment right there. They advised him of his rights. They had another pretrial conference. Okay, this is where they scheduled it. Okay, so June 8th, they had some type of conference. Maybe they pushed it back. It's hard to tell here. There's no documents to purchase, as you can see. Notice for case. This was about a month ago. Then people started to request these audio files. Okay, an appearance was filed by Ben's lawyers the end of last month, June 24th, and they requested discovery. The prosecutors basically, from what I was able to read, said, we already gave you all the discovery we going to be giving you. So, yeah. Oh my God, Ben needs to sue Airbnb. Probably. Yeah, no, the Airbnb is back up. Somebody did send me that. Somebody did send me that link. Mm-hmm. They not scared of nothing. Breaking news, breaking news. Bam Map says it's Rico. It's never Rico. Thank you for the $2. I did take a look. The issue with the Bam Map I'm having, Rose, is it's written like extremely too like they go a little too far with like the way it's written, and it's like just a little too technical and complicated for me to like breeze through. It needs to be written a little bit more straightforward, you know what I mean? That's the issue I'm having, like just like quickly going to the BAM map. Like it's written like a federal court filing, which is nice, but sometimes like when I'm live, it's hard. Yeah, I see the Enterprise for 2 years. This lived as separate. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot. Hold on. A son. Enterprise behind stolen Lego. Interesting. Bricks and Minifigs and McNeff family and Legally Mine. Every claim graded and linked to its source. 10 threads, each carefully sourced. Oof. This is good. Thank you for the $2. This is good. This is really nice. Consigned Lego. And you know what, Rose? I wonder if the BAM map has that guy, Reed Brimhall. I started looking into Reed Brimhall, finally. And I found, thank you for the $2. And I found, okay, here's the thing. I'm a lot better at constitutional stuff than business stuff, but I was a corporate lawyer, so I do know some stuff, okay? I'm trying not to make anything sound like an allegation, okay? But I found some things that do look a little concerning. Yeah, I need a Cliff Notes version. Exactly. Exactly. So Reed is on there. Thank you for the $2. I found some stuff about that guy. And that's where some of these FBI connections start to rear their head back up. All right. So the topics that I wanted to talk about today, other than obviously the court hearing that's going on in about an hour and 12 minutes, was some of these topics had to do with things that I wanted to talk about. Last week, I got interrupted by the body cam footage in the 911 call. And that was like Josh Johnson, that other guy that has FBI connections. He actually worked with the FBI, for the FBI. He was an FBI special agent. Art McComber, Legally Mine, Fortune Law, Fortress Management. This is all stuff that I had planned on talking to y'all about last week. Possible unlicensed practice of law. Fortune Law. Let's see, Art McComber. Because remember, we already connected Art McComber to Fortress Management, and we already connected him to Legally Mine. Well, guess what? I connected him now to Fortress Law, okay? Excuse me, Fortune Law. Okay. Then I started looking into Reed Brimhall. He is the current, I believe, CFO, not to be confused with the treasurer. Okay, one is more of an officer, like one of the 3 officer positions. But I mean, I guess the CFO is also kind of like an officer. I don't know. I don't know. But he's the CFO. There's articles about him that I found, and he is the one who wanted to also be in the FBI. So we'll talk about that from public articles. Then I want to talk a little bit today also as well about the media and the PR, the obvious media and PR campaigns surrounding the Bricks and the Minifigs saga, including going on in the Reddit from what I can tell. Let's see. I have an interview from Matt from about 5 months ago we might want to look at. Interview with Ammon and Matt 16 weeks ago that got deleted from Facebook. Let's see. Press releases about 300 stores. We do need to start talking about this 300 stores number. we do need to start talking about this 300 stores number, because from the financial disclosure statements, which are required by law to be filed in some of these states, they don't got 300 stores. Even if you add together the ones that they own, the owners of Bricks and Minifigs, even if you add their stores in, it doesn't actually look, I'm not a math genius, but it doesn't appear to actually add up to 300 stores. And so that has led a lot of people, including myself, to start asking, why do they keep saying 300 stores? If it ain't 300, is it because it just sounds better? Well, I heard a theory. Who did I hear this theory from? I don't remember who it was. It could have been Relic, Last Relic. It could have been maybe Sheldon. But I heard a theory from someone and I have not been able to forget it. And it was something along the lines of, the reason that they were so gung-ho on this whole 300 stores thing is because Bricks and Minifigs has been trying for a long time to get connections, more official connections, to buy directly from Bricks and Minifigs. Who was this? It was somebody who was interviewed. It was actually, I think, a different type of Lego store, like a different type of bricks store owner. God, who interviewed them? I can't remember. If y'all know which interview I'm talking about, let me know. It was a guy who said, Luss maybe? Maybe Luss interviewed him. Oh, God, I've watched so much of this stuff. I don't remember exactly who said it. I think it was that guy who Luss interviewed, who owns like a different brick store. But somebody said they had a theory, and I think it's a strong and compelling theory, that the reason that they were trying to get to this 300 store number is because once they had 300 stores, maybe Lego would start selling directly. Brick Ventures. Yeah, maybe him. No, it wasn't Brick Ventures. No, it was something toy in its name. Billy, I don't know. A lot of people are saying a lot of different things, so I really still don't know. It definitely was not Barbecue Counselor. No. It was not him for sure. But Refresh Toys, something toys like that. Yeah. Anyway, so they were saying, this person was saying, I don't remember who it was saying that they were, maybe Bricks and Minifigs kept trying to get to 300 stores, because once they got to 300 stores, then they wouldn't have to go through these distributors, the Lego distributors, and they would be able to buy the Lego products directly from Lego itself. Interesting, because this 300 number keeps getting thrown around, not just by Ammon and Matt, not just on the promotional materials, but also by Dan McNeff when he talked to the cops themselves. When he talked to the cops himself, he told them, my son's owned Brick to Me 300 stores. And it's like, girl, has anybody ever been able to substantiate that there were ever 300 stores? Were there ever 300 stores all at once? Or is it just 300 total? 300 total? Yes, Rose, exactly. I found this out. This is one of the things that I have, this Cincy connection. Thank you so much. And not only that, but another connection that he has to someone else, Payron, I guess his name is Scott Payron. And Scott Payron is involved in this Drive Capital thing. And it looks like, or Drive Capital, which appears to be a subprime auto lending company that's already been in trouble with the Secretary of State or the Securities Commission of Idaho or something. I got a lot of stuff to show y'all. Thanks so much for the $2. Thank you for the another $2. Rose, please. BAM map, second update and first update, FDD fraud. Okay, all right. So it looks like we're kind of on the same page, me and the BAM map. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you to Don't F with Justice for the $1.99. Keep kicking butt and taking names. I will, do not worry. Maybe it's 300 LLCs. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. Cincy is definitely like an MLM type of thing from what I've heard. Okay, and then what else? Is Matt McNeff an actor? And then I have some stuff for the Tyler Robinson hearing. Okay, so we'll see if we're going to get to the Tyler Robinson hearing today or not. Let me just show y'all the WebEx. This is what it looks like when you try to join. I'll show you how to get to it for today and in the future, but I also have the link down below. So what you'll do is you'll just go to Google and type Utah court case calendar. And then it'll show you this first thing that comes up on Google on my search says district court calendars. You click on that. You can even search by party name. I'll do Benjamin Schneider. As you can see, the first one that comes up is today's. So you go view case details. And once you click on view case details, this is all free. You see up here at the top, it is going to be a virtual hearing, and you can click on this link. When you click on this link, it'll ask you join from this browser, or you can download the WebEx app, and I'm not going to click on there, namely because of this. See this up here? Under Rule 4401.02 of the Utah Rules of Judicial Administration, court proceedings, including electronic proceedings, may not be recorded, photographed, transmitted, or transmitted to other devices. A failure to comply with this prohibition may be treated as contempt of court, punishable by fine or jail time. So without requesting the official audio, I'm not going to be, rebroadcasting this here on my channel. However, I will log into this hearing in a little while. I will go into it. I will listen to it. I'm going to have to take a small break from the live stream, and I will come back out and we can talk about it. At the same time, y'all can also go in there and watch it yourself. Please, obviously, this is a courtroom, so behave accordingly. You're watching the court thing on there, okay? It does require you to put some type of name in there. I'm not giving anybody any legal advice. You can decide to go in there and watch it or not. Okay. No, News Nation is hosting, not Tyler Robinson. I'm not talking about Tyler Robinson. I'm talking about Ben. He has a court date today. Thanks so much to T.A. Finzer or T. Affenzer for the $10. I have watched every one of your live streams since this started. You do excellent research. Thank you for continuing to do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I do. Thank you, Sean. I do have Sheldon's videos also. To take a peek at today. Probably not going to watch every second of both of them, but I do want to pull those up and show them to y'all. Let me see. You said News Nation is hosting? I don't think so. Maybe that was the other case. News Nation has got the Charlie Kirk hearing going, the Tyler Robinson. So that must be the one you're talking about. Okay, so please like the video. Please like the video. Yeah, I did see Legally Mime. It is very funny. Very, very, very funny. People got more time than they would know what to do with. But thank you for the $1.99. It says don't broadcast to any devices. You can get away with doing just audio and you watching it. I can't get away with nothing, Michael. That's my issue. I don't think this should even be allowed. If they're going to have a public hearing and they're going to stream it, why can't somebody else stream it? That seems really stupid. I think that seems illegal. But I don't want to be the guinea pig they try it out on. They like arresting now and asking questions later over there in Utah, and I don't want to be having a warrant for my arrest over there. Do not try to convince her to break the court's ruling. Yeah, I mean, it's worth asking. It's just not worth... Yeah, it is giving state-run media. But y'all will be able to watch it, too. Y'all can go log in. And I also think a lot of the court... reporters and stuff are all focused... If you're going to be in Utah right now, you're going to be over there at the district court watching the Tyler Robinson one. Their internet is different over there. I know. It's the same with me. Whenever I treat people the same way they treat me, it always nothing but trouble, and then it's been back at me. Some of us just have to live that way. Welcome to Utah County. You have to use your legal name, they're saying. I I'll just wait to hear your commentary. I'm in Ireland and I don't want to log into your country's courts. I don't blame you, girl. I don't really want to log into my country's courts either. But I do. It should be free to rebroadcast. I totally agree. Um, yeah, and they shouldn't be requesting who is accessing it. That's not actually allowed. But they do it. They do it. That WebEx seems sus to me. Where's the bird? Bam, name the shelter. Where's the bird? Y'all are worried about the bird. Thank you, Monkey, for the $2. Yeah, what'd they do with the bird? What did they do with the bird? Um, how would they know if you used a fake name? Girl, I don't know and I don't want to find out. Okay, so that'll be coming up in about exactly 1 hour. In exactly an hour. So let me just show y'all some of the other newer stuff that happened. So Sheldon made an update video. Sheldon Norcross. Now you may remember him from seeing him on the body camera footage. He's the one where, they took his phone away. I think unlawfully. They certainly unlawfully arrested him. They arrested him for no reason. I'll go 1.25 here. So the name of this video is Update on My Lawsuit with Brandon Best.
So this is going to be just a quick update. Probably won't even make back what I paid for the thumbnail, but that's all right. I love that thumbnail. That's the best thumbnail ever. Here it is. Oh, wait, wrong way. Inverted.
Okay, we have Rendell Wren in here trying to be dramatic, like he doesn't have a job to go do or something. No, me and Ben don't talk because we don't know each other, and I don't want to talk to him because my speech would be chilled, just like his speech is chilled. I have no beef with Reckless Ben. I don't want to be pulled into this RICO. I already have been targeted by malicious prosecution over and over again. And I don't want to be pulled into the RICO. I want to be able to maintain my speech, my free speech. I like to be able to speak and say things I want to say. And it seems like over there in Utah, if you've ever spoken to Ben one time in your life, you get considered to be a co-conspirator. So me and Ben don't have beef, but if you keep acting stupid in my chat, me and you might. Okay? All right.
You can see I added Josh and Brandon on their own money, and the money says, which I'll zoom in on this way over here, it says that this money was stolen from Brian Mansell, because it was, by those guys. But so that's the best thumbnail ever, not the greatest video. What ended up happening is I was getting ready to do mediation. Luckily, I'm like a professional YouTuber now, so it wasn't that big of a deal, because normally I would have had to take in PTO. It would have been a huge nuisance. And Brandon weaseled his way out of it. So no update. Basically, the update is it got moved to September 11th. And what it's got me stressed about is that Brandon mailed something to the court saying that I'm involved in the Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit from
See, he ain't even named in the lawsuit as a defendant, but they're mailing stuff. He's in the lawsuit. No, he's not. Maybe they're gonna name him, but they haven't.
Lawyers. The lawyers drafted him up something saying that I'm involved in the case and I'm named. And I argued with the lady on the circuit clerk, and I'm like, I'm not named in that lawsuit. That has nothing to do with me. And she's like, no, the thing says you're named. So I don't know how they were able to do that, considering this is my individual lawsuit. My Legos I bought from Brian are still in the store that he owns. So I don't see how him suing Reckless Ben can not let me sue him in small claims court, unless I am named in the Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit, which I'm not, as far as anyone can tell me or I can find. So I don't see how he was able to do that. I think at the end, I'll end up winning. And it kind of sucks. I am 10 grand in debt to my buddy Brian, my dear friend, and I need to get him that 10 grand. But, we'll see. Maybe Brandon will have a change of heart. I'm sure him and Josh, maybe we could do a Brandon Best Save the Day trophy, and we can sell it to him for 10 grand and drop the lawsuit, and then we can show him holding this trophy and stuff. Because, at this point, it's obvious he cares a lot about if Brian gets money back from people that are owed, So I think, and I still stand by my business model, that I think we could end world hunger by perpetually suing Josh and Brandon. I think that's a really good business. I've always wanted to own my own business. So if anyone, my email's on my profile, dude. If you guys, I'm just kidding. I can't tell you what to do. But I think ending world hunger that way would be cool. As long as it's on Josh and Brandon's dime, I think that's wonderful. You know, they're very charitable, obviously, towards the elderly, and they're good guys. So I think maybe even we could just appeal to their sense of humanity and end world hunger. You know, Brandon's got a really nice house, which an interesting fact, by the way, someone who grew up with Brandon hit me up and they didn't want to be named, but they told me Brandon has an extensive history of financial schemes, which is not surprising. I don't want to reference who it was, but you know, they hit me up on Instagram and it was very interesting information. They didn't want to like be named, but they said their entire time knowing him, he has been involved in nothing but schemes.
That makes sense. I mean, these people do seem schemy, but that was like basically the gist, at least of what I wanted to talk about, the update I wanted to talk about from Sheldon as far as, this whole saga is concerned. He has not yet been named as one of the John Does or the Jane Does or whatever, but it would be a John Doe in this Bam versus Ben lawsuit. Now, somebody did say, oh, now they're in federal court adding another Doe right now when they had his identity for months. That might piss the judge off. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't named Sheldon if they're going to name him, especially if Brandon Best, who is suing as one of the plaintiffs, is the person that's saying, "Oh no, he's going to get added to the lawsuit." And it does make me wonder, are they only adding Sheldon's name as one of the does to the lawsuit to avoid any responsibility or accountability in the small claims case? Because remember, if you watched Ben's part 1 and part 2 videos, in the part 1 or part 2, I don't remember exactly which one now, girl, it's all a blur, but in one of them, they end up doing this kind of like interesting financial maneuver where it's like somebody bought the debt from another one, and then this, that, and the other, and then they all, instead of suing for one big thing, they're suing a bunch of little small claims cases for $10,000 each. And Sheldon has one of those. He has one of those $10,000 each small claims cases, and he is, trying to sue, and he did sue, and they had mediation, but Brandon said, "No, we can't go to mediation because I'm suing him in federal court." But he's not, or I'm suing him in another lawsuit, but he's not. And his Sheldon's name was never mentioned, as far as the last time I checked. Now, I did check recently, just in the last few minutes before I got on this live stream. Let's check it out again and see if anything's been filed today. Last thing we talked about was docket number 14. Yeah, and that is still the most recent. Still the most recent filing. Victor, Ben, Reckless Ben LLC, and Brian Mansell have all motioned, filed unopposed motions, meaning Bam and them have agreed to let them have more time to answer the complaint. So now they're going to now they've moved back the time to answer the complaint, I believe, to August. And we'll see more of that, as the time moves forward. However, I anticipate way, 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 way before August, this TRO that is still somehow possibly in effect to be removed. I do think it's going to be modified or removed. The judges have decided to, for whatever reason, still keep it in place as of this time. That is to say, they haven't overruled it. They haven't edited or amended it. The parties have asked. Ben has asked to have the TRO amended, but neither the judge at the state court level nor the judge at the federal court level allowed it to be, amended as of yet. Now, there have been other lawyers and law tubers online saying this temporary restraining order is already dead. Like it's unconstitutional in the first place. And even if it wasn't, it expired after 14 days anyway. Sure, maybe. But again, it's one of those things where you rather ask permission than forgiveness. You don't want, when especially Ben already has criminal charges pending against him and he has to fight those, go out and make it look like you're violating some type of restraining order. And so Ben really is in a very difficult position. And I have been in that position before where an unconstitutional restraining order that unlawfully restricted my speech was in place against me for like 3 months from September to November before I could finally make it across the country to go to court, get the hearing date, all of that, fight it, file the anti-slap motion, all of this, all of this. So it unfortunately does happen like that sometimes. It really sucks. Now, that idiot that tried to get that restraining order against me now owes tens of thousands, I think about $100,000 if you count her and her sister together, how much money they owe me. And if they keep playing with me, their friend's about to owe me some money too in the copyright court. So, yeah, like there's other lawyers. This barbecue guy said the TRO is essentially dead, but it's not buried until a judge signs it. Right. And it's like, if you're the one who's going to be held on the hook for violating it, you're not just going to run out and put out part 3. I wish he would, selfishly, but I totally support, why he's not saying anything, even though I firmly believe this was an unconstitutional restraining order based on nothing but basically lies and false statements and misleading statements. And the judge did issue an order that was overly broad, and I think he knows it too. That's the same judge on the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson case, and he also issued an overly broad temporary restraining order in that case as well. So, that's just what he does over there. That's just how they do things different over there. All right. And now also there was something else new that did happen. This is crazy. There's like a brick and a minifig situation where the one in the Schaumburg, Illinois, they thought they were going to have jokes this weekend. They had some 4th of July jokes to bestow upon the people. And I'll let Sheldon, a lot of people were reporting on this. I just had Sheldon's channel up already, so I'll let Sheldon share the news with y'all.
Well, what's up, everybody? I'm not very happy right now. I'm going to be honest. I'm very offended. So this is the official Bricks and Minifigs Schaumburg, Illinois page, and they're making fun of Brian, which is unbelievable. Rare collector set just landed. We just got a Lego Star Wars.
Okay, so this is their like official page. They posted this on June 30th, and he's like reading it here, but it's like, the crazy thing is I don't know if the info is AI or the picture is AI. It's crazy. It's hard to know. I am glad that social media sites are starting to mark stuff as AI, but it is a little unclear. I don't go on Facebook that much. So when it says AI info, does that mean this list was made by AI or the picture? Rare collector set just landed. This one is for serious collectors. We just got in a Lego Star Wars Razor Crest display set, and it is an absolute centerpiece. Big build, great detail, awesome display presence, and yes, there is only one available. Price $499.99, about $500. This is the kind of set that usually does not sit around long, so come see it in person today. Rare collector set, great display piece, only one available. First come, first serve, no hold, so I guess that means no layaway, girl. Please do not call the store asking us to hold it. Okay.
Display set. Rare collector set, great display piece, only one available. This is their official page. Let's look at their top comment. Let's look at their top comments, shall we? Is it Benjamin or Brian?
Look at Sheldon's face.
Right. Funny stuff. What's wrong with you? It's just unbelievable that they're saying we're doing all this crazy stuff, but yet here's an official Bricks and Minifigs franchise and they spelled Brian's name wrong, and they're not even replying to anything. Is it Benjamin or Brian? Are you serious, dude? On a rare collector.
So you see what they did, right? Like they posted this like, oh, look, it's a rare Star Wars thing. Look how big and exciting it is. Woo. And then someone comments under it, their own page. Is it Benjamin, meaning like Reckless Ben, or Brian? Someone said maybe they're trying to increase the price as it could be one of the missing sets. Yeah, like, and it's all just like, ha ha ha, oh my god, so funny, while meanwhile like Sheldon and Ben can't even make a freaking comment about these people. Like the new like modified TRO, which has yet to be signed as far as I'm aware, and as far as the public is aware, it says that Reckless Ben, Victor, none of the defendants, named defendants at least, can go within like 100 yards or something, 1,000 yards or some crazy distance of any brick and minifig franchise. Cannot try to make any attempts to reach out to the franchise owners, even though they're supposedly supposed to be independent store owners. Ben is not supposed to be allowed to reach out to any of them, talk to any of them, go to any of their stores, all of that. And yet they can try and capitalize and make har har hee hee kiki jokes on this about the situation. How is that fair? It's also confusing what the trolling is here. I think the trolling is supposed to be just like, haha, we know about the Ben and the Reckless Ben stuff. We want to make a joke about it. But also, I do think they maybe were trying to make people wonder, oh, is this one of the rare sets? Ha ha ha. Like, wouldn't it be funny if this is one of Brian Mansell's stolen Legos? Look at us selling it. Ha ha ha. I mean, that's how I take it.
Set. AI. They made this with AI. It's not even real. Come check it out before it disappears into a U-Haul, you mean, is what you should have put.
He said that. They didn't say that.
Just unbelievable. You know, we're not even allowed, apparently, to comment or anything, but you guys are allowed as a franchise to make fun of how you guys stole Brian's Legos. Cool. Unbelievable. So, of course, you know, this is getting ratioed to, I don't know who actually liked this. Another Bricks and Minifigs?
That's crazy.
Are you guys serious?
That is
Kalamazoo?
crazy. The Kalamazoo Bricks and Minifigs thought it was funny, girl. You
guys are in on it. So it's just a joke to you guys that you guys stole Brian's Legos. Cool. I'm sure you guys didn't realize that the algorithm thinks now I like Bricks and Minifigs.
Y'all, that was crazy. Brian's sets were all sealed. No, they weren't. Some of them were blocks in Ziploc bags. Some of them were Ziploc bag, blocks in the Ziploc bags. Federal judge will put an end to that real quick. Then we should mass file the judicial misconduct and have the former judge imprisoned and removed from the bench under corruption and flagrant abuse. One can hope. Thank you so much to Cosmic Charm for the 99 cents super chat. Thank you, Rose, for the 199 super chat. North Korean hackers say part 3 is going to be released today. Is that true? Let me see. Let me check the Patreon. Rose said, paid for a membership, but I can't see the last post here on Dan McNeff. You should be able to. It's just set to all members, Ro. So, I don't know. Maybe like refresh or try on a different device because it's set to all members. If Ro is in here, okay. Let me go to Reckless Ben. He hasn't posted anything since 3 days ago, and we did cover that one already. Episode 3 posted on May 30th. That's crazy. He said on May 30th, at the end of episode 2, I said in episode 3, at the end of episode 2, I said episode 3 was live on Patreon. That was filmed before this all got super crazy, but episode 3 is still being edited. We'll be up on Patreon super soon, I promise. This was over a month ago. I feel like I have to post episode 2 to YouTube because of all the leaks and responses from people. I think it's time to share my side publicly, but stay subscribed for when episode 3 comes out. It's going to be another banger. That was literally May 30th, over a month ago. North Korean hackers have been known to be right in this story before, so perhaps episode 3 might come out today. I don't know. I'm waiting for episode 3 to come out any day. Thank you, Rose, for the $1.99. There's no hearing date set for the federal RICO case. Well, it's a Utah RICO. They're suing under the Utah state RICO statute, I think, not the federal one. But the TRO is just up indefinitely until the judge takes a look at interventions, etc. Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of in this weird purgatory kind of limbo state. No, I never heard about the bird getting thrown in the trash. The Utah case, Utah versus Ben, is set for August. We're just working up a shared view of the hearing. Check the description link for court. Yeah, this. We do have a hearing coming up in the Reckless Ben case in about 40 minutes. I did talk about how I'm going to deal with that already, if you want to rewind. Yeah, yeah. I think it's a joke, Jimmy. I think it's not really actually hackers. I think it's kind of like a hackers, people in the know somehow, which I am not. I find things out with y'all. Just clicking around here in the pacer. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I do have a feeling something's going to get filed today in this federal case. I don't know what, but that's just, it's been a long weekend with nothing being filed. So Ben did have a certain amount of time. Ben and Brian Mansell and Victor and Reckless Ben LLC, they had whatever it was. I think maybe 30 days or something from the time that they received the filing or the notice of it or whatever to file a response. But they did get an extension, or at least file for an extension. And it was agreed to by BAM and their parties. So I don't know if the judge has to actually physically sign that with his own hand, or her own hand rather, in this case. It doesn't appear that anybody has filed their, those wouldn't be public anyway, the consent to the magistrate judge hearing the case. Okay, so those were the two new things from Sheldon. That's where the court case stands today. It is going to be a pre-trial conference, and in about 38 minutes, I'm going to meander on over there to watch it. Okay, so let's now move into the next segment until, we get to the court case, which isn't happening yet. I want to talk more about the unlicensed practice of law. Okay. So put a 1 in the chat if you remember that we already talked about Joshua Johnson and the fact that he was listed on this Summit advertisement. He was listed on this Summit advertisement about he was the expert. What was he listed as? Executive partner. No, executive. Let me pull my map up. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Executive partner, I think is what the VP. Executive partner. Josh Johnson, the Fortune Law Firm, executive partner. Okay. And I said, doesn't that seem like a law firm partner? Doesn't that seem like he's trying to seem like a lawyer? And then y'all showed me all kinds of other evidence of people thinking he was a lawyer. Ben even kind of thinking in his video possibly, or somebody in Ben's video thinking that Joshua Johnson was a lawyer. And exclusive partner. Exclusive partner. Josh Johnson, the Fortune Law Firm, exclusive partner. And then it was but wait, it's not just out of nowhere pretending to be a lawyer. It's he worked for Legally Mine. And Legally Mine was and is an asset protection firm or whatever, but they have been in trouble and I think can't even practice anymore their business in Ohio because of being found to be involved in the unauthorized practice of law. So this company just last year got in trouble for the unauthorized practice of law. Joshua Johnson worked for that company, and then he's working for this law firm as a quote exclusive partner. Hold on. Then he got removed from the Fortress Management website, and the only one left was Art McComber. And then Art McComber then got removed from the Fortress Management website. And now when you try to go to the Fortress Management website, nobody's on the team page. It just says coming soon. Let me remind y'all of that. Art McComber, he was kind of like a partner, a business partner of sorts. Went to BYU. He was listed on the Fortress Management website. Again, now he's been taken off. Art McComber, Fortune Law. Oh, wait, hold on. We got him also with Fortune Law now. Join Art McComber. This is just last year from Fortune Law Firm at the Thrive Dental CE Summit for an essential session on asset protection and advanced tax strategies. This guy was a freaking FBI special agent, but never bothered to list having any legal credentials behind his name. At the Thrive Summit event for an essential session on asset, look, join Art McComber from Fortune Law Firm at the Thrive Summit event for an essential session on asset protection and advanced tax strategies. May 17th last year at the Hilton, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Okay, but look, I mean, not only was he listed as the, quote, lead educator for Legally Mine LLC starting in 2013, not only was he listed at the Fortress Management website as the owner or the founder alongside Joshua Johnson, now is gone, now is deleted since our investigation started, but now we can also definitively add Art McComber as connected to the Fortune Law Firm. Is the man a lawyer? I don't know, but it doesn't end there. So again, he's connected now. He's worked for Legally Mine. He's been a representative of the Fortune Law Firm and Fortress Management. Okay, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Look what else I found. So, hold on. This is what we already saw, but I want to just remind y'all because a lot has happened. That's Art, but we also have Josh. Stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. This was earlier this year. Josh Johnson, the Fortress Law Firm, exclusive partner. March 27th through 29th, 2026. Stop overpaying your taxes. Stop leaving your wealth unprotected. Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive partner at the Fortune Law Firm. And, not an, and Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive partner. So Josh Johnson is the exclusive partner of Fortune Law Firm. Saying you are a law firm partner has certain connotations, like maybe that you're a lawyer. Okay, so we already saw that. Okay, it's that. That's not the only thing. We already saw that. The new thing here I wanted to tell y'all about Art. We already knew he deleted his, or somebody deleted the page where he was listed as the owner. Now they done deleted the whole, oops, no, coming soon. But this guy was listed as the co-owner alongside Josh Johnson. He also, we found out, was listed as the lead educator for Legally Mine. And now we can connect him to Fortune Law as well. So now we have Josh Johnson and Art McComber both connected definitively based on public records to Fortress Law Firm, to Legally Mine, to Fortune Law Firm, to Legally Mine, and to Fortress Management. Both of them being listed as owners or co-owners of Fortress Management, both of them doing conference speeches at summits or conferences on the behalf of Fortune law firm, and both of them being previously employed in some capacity or involved in a business relation as contractors or employees, it seems, to me, in my opinion, of Legally Mine. Legally Mine, Fortune Law, and Fortress Management, all three have involved Art McComber, the former FBI special agent who I don't believe has a law degree, and Josh Johnson, who I don't believe has a law degree. Now, look what else I found. Okay, now that you've been reminded of that, I found another one. This from last year, not even a year ago. Another one of those 4S Summit posts. Stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive partner at the Fortune law firm. Stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Learn proven strategies to safeguard your assets and grow your financial foundation. Expert. Meet the expert. Okay, so they are calling this man an expert in what? To help you stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Owner of Fortress Management, exclusive partner, the Fortune law firm. So is this, y'all tell me. Let me set up a poll. Let me ask you this. Would you think that meant he was a lawyer? Just like, I know you know Josh isn't, but like, let's pretend you didn't know who this guy was and whether he was a lawyer or not. And you're trying to figure out, is this guy a lawyer or not? Would you think, I'm going to make a poll. Don't worry. I'm going to make a poll. And I want y'all to vote in and tell me, would you think this guy was a lawyer? Because I would. I would. Okay, 689 votes. 82% of y'all out of 693 people want me to cover. Oh, now y'all want to vote? 694 of y'all want, out of 694, 82% of y'all wanted me to cover the Tyler Robinson. So that's good to know. I'm about to start another poll. Based on this post, and I'm about to show y'all the post, would you think the man named Josh Johnson was a lawyer? And this is obviously, we know he's not a lawyer, but I'm just saying, if you just came across this post. Okay, I have now put up the vote poll. So y'all do the poll based on this post, okay? Again, meet the expert. Stop overpaying your taxes and protect your wealth. Join Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management and exclusive exclusive partner, okay? Now, a lot of y'all were saying, oh, I know what he's doing here. He's trying to act like, owner of Fortress Management. The Fortress Management is the exclusive partner of Fortune law firm. Okay, maybe so. It is ambiguous there because Fortress Management comes before the comma. Whichever comes after the comma is supposed to be referential from whatever came before the comma. Fine, but that is not what this says. It doesn't say join Josh Johnson, owner of Fortress Management, comma, exclusive partner at the Fortune law firm, which would still be highly ambiguous. It disambiguates owner and partner, okay? Owner and partner. Owner is what? Noun. Partner is what? Noun. These are types of jobs. These are types of, they describe the type of role. Owner of Fortress Management. Partner at Fortune law firm. Not owner Fortress Management is the partner. No, maybe that could be argued down here. But I did not go get an English degree and a law degree for nothing, baby girl, baby boy. I know how to read. Join Josh Johnson, comma, owner of Fortress Management and partner at law firm. Okay, so that's how I'm reading it, and I know how to read. Learn proven strategies to safeguard your assets and grow your financial foundation. Meet the expert. He's an expert in helping you not overpay your taxes and protecting your wealth. This looks like the unauthorized practice of law to me. We have 247 votes, 249 votes so far. And 90% of y'all think, yeah, you would think Josh was a lawyer. Partner in law firm is usually an experienced lawyer at that, somebody said. A sketchy dude playing with semantics, leaving it vague enough so people assume he's a lawyer. That's what it looks like to me. And he's acting like he's an expert. He's acting like he's an expert. So I wanted to show y'all that. Thanks so much to Justice Gypsy for the $5 super chat. Have you seen the documentary Girl in the Trunk? No, I still haven't. I need to watch it. I know it made a lot of people mad. Thank you for the $5. That's why I've been kind of avoiding it. Thanks so much to Cat Facts for the $4.99. Bam said they would look at the Gorman's bird. Oh, they took the Gorman's bird to a no-kill shelter. However, staff reported seeing his cage amongst the trash in Josh's truck. What if Josh took the bird home to his kids and that's why he didn't want the cop to come in his house? I mean, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you so much to Mark for the $20 super chat. When you have time someday, please go over Legally Mime's trademark feud with the BAM map. I don't know where that's at. Thank you for that $20. Thank you so much to Savvy Turtle. Shout out to Savvy Turtle. He gave 150 gift memberships on the last live stream. Actually, the second to last. That one that he gave the 150 memberships on got taken down, and I'm going back and forth with YouTube appealing it because I did not break the community guidelines. I don't know how that ended up happening. They said that I shared non-public information when it was clearly a public UCC1 filing statement. So going back and forth on the rounds of that, but I do think that the memberships did get to stay at least. Thanks so much to Emblazoned Designs for the £2 super chat. And thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $20. Thank you. Thank you to Emblazoned Designs for the £2 super chat. Wearing a snazzy suit, but still no shoes. LOL. Just emailed you a Legally Mine PowerPoint presentation. Girl, I can't open nothing else. Last time I opened something from the BAM map on here, I got kicked off and I got a community guideline violation. I'm not going to be able to open anything live anymore. I'm just not, because that's what happened last time. I'm going to have to go through and make sure everything is redacted, but I will take a look at the emails after. Thank you for the $2 super chat. BAM map update before that. Which one? I think I already talked about it. Yeah, I already talked about that. It's linked to the type of Legally Mime site. Okay, let's see. No. Looking elite, badass mimes across jurisdiction. The asset containment is not static. I don't get it. Oh. Oh my gosh, y'all are really in a fight with each other? Girl, what the hell? Okay. Opposing entities specializing in tracking geographic sudden disappearance of premium highlighter like core plaque. While the legal defense team is actively fighting these corporate claims, we must candidly share our concerns with our clients. Society's provides stimulus and advanced gesture basic logic. Girl, I can't even read this. This ain't even in English, I feel like. I don't even know. I don't get it. Is it supposed to be a joke? Sometimes sarcasm goes over my head. Thank you for the $10. The enterprise update. For 2 years, this lived as this is the one that I just could not read. For 2 years, this lived 4 separate troubles. franchise dispute, a bank loan, a diverted check, a lawsuit against a critic. Kept apart, each looks survivable, and the separateness is the reason the pattern held. Assembled here for the first time, they are one association in fact. Enterprise. Okay, so this is supposed to be like the proof of a RICO, I think, according to BAMMAP. Association in fact, enterprise running one pattern against 4 sets of victims. The franchisees, one set of victims, sold a franchise disclosure document whose item 3 litigation history is false across cohorts. The lender and the SBA on a $1.39 million PPP loan, so almost $1.4 million PPP loan. It's interesting, that's about how much they had to pay out to what's his name for his part of the Legally Mine, right? A live IRS levy sat across the whole application. The proceeds moved through a concealed Altabank account, and the journalist, silenced by an ex parte takedown order, the enterprise's own verified complaint tries. This is what I'm talking about. Like this language is too, it's like I need it to be a little bit more straightforward. The law has a name for a pattern like this. Read, it's an enterprise. Everyone named is presumed innocent. Treble damages are mandatory on this record. It's all pleadable now. The first set of victims is the franchisees. A prospective owner pays an initial fee in reliance on the franchise disclosure document, item 3, which certifies no litigation is going on. And the certification reads identically across cohorts, mailed and wired to buyers year after year. Okay. I don't know why I'm like allergic to this AI writing. I'm sorry. I know that the people behind the BAMMAP are real people, but like this AI writing, my brain just don't process it. But I think what this is trying to say is in that franchise disclosure agreement, in that franchise disclosure document, not agreement, in that franchise disclosure document, this thing is required by law to be in some states to be posted and published. And that is for the benefit of the people who might sign up for a franchise. We've seen this document over the years, over the weeks, but we've looked at a few different years of this document. And in the document, there's a certain few allegations and representations that BAM, the Bricks and Minifigs people, have to make for the franchisees, future and prospective franchisees specifically. And so if you look at that document, it says no litigation is pending. There is no litigation. No litigation pending. So that document was filled out in April. And right there on the document, they filled out Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best as people who own, Joshua Johnson was listed as a corporate employee, and his employer was listed as BAM Franchising Inc. Brandon Best was listed as a store owner. So because Brandon Best was listed in the franchise disclosure document as a store owner, let's put him to the side for a moment, just for now. Joshua Johnson was not listed as an owner in this document, which flies directly in the face of what BAM and Ammon and Josh and all them told the cops in American Fork. They said they were owners of the store. Also, in their RICO filing against Ben, they said Joshua Johnson said he was an owner of a store. And remember, he's one of the plaintiffs. He submitted this alongside the other plaintiffs. Now, if you look at the franchise disclosure document, it says Joshua Johnson is a corporate employee. But Joshua Johnson had been sued by Ben in March. So there was some type of an ongoing dispute in litigation, which apparently was not listed. Apparently was not listed in the franchise disclosure document. And I think that's a big deal because the litigation is supposed to be. The litigation is supposed to be listed. Now, if you remember, who did Brian Mansell originally try to sue? At some point, he tried to sue corporate. Corporate said, you're going to have to go after the franchisee. We have nothing to do with this. You have to go after the individual franchise owner. Well, they did. He went, or Reckless Ben, one of them, went over there to the original franchise owner, the individual franchise owner, which happened to be, and he was told, was Brandon Best and Josh Johnson. But they sent him back to corporate. You're going to have to go to corporate. Oh, no, now it's got to go to Crystal Law. And they're basically giving him the runaround. But almost any way you slice it on the franchise disclosure document, they should have disclosed there was some litigation going on about an inventory agreement against at least Joshua Johnson. Now, remember when I told y'all to put Brandon Best aside for a moment? Let's go take him back from getting put aside and ask why that litigation wasn't disclosed. Just wondering. Okay, so they certified there was no litigation going on that needed to be disclosed, and that that certification reads identically across cohorts mailed and wired to buyers year after year, while franchisee fraud and elder abuse suits were in fact elder abuse suits, right? Because they stole from old people, were in fact pending against Bricks and Minifigs. And the same booklet's own audited note concedes the company is a defendant in legal actions. Ooh. These facts would support fraud. Look, this is not me accusing them of fraud. I'm just reading an update here. Mail and wire fraud, a payment made because of a false certification before any intervening event. Right. So if somebody, okay, so they're saying basically if somebody signs up, if a franchisee signed up for a Brick and Minifigs store, they would have been doing so based on the fact that they weren't sued, that Bricks and Minifigs was all in good standing, and, you know, they based their agreement to go into business with these people based on, you know, these representations, and these representations are material. You know, are you in litigation? Who owns the stores? It would be pretty crazy if somebody was like, oh yeah, Josh Johnson actually helped me to figure out how to buy this store. Oh, come to find out he works for corporate as a excuse me, you would know he worked for corporate. Oh, he works for corporate as like the, you know, buyer seller guy or whatever, but he also owns stores and now have to compete with Josh in the stores he owns. That's kind of weird. So then they go on to the next one. The second victim is a bank, and behind it, the federal government. There was a PPP loan number 38421372205, legally mined, borrowed about $1.4 million, a little bit less than that. Approved April 2020, and the application certified there was no delinquency or federal debt. However, there was a live IRS levy that tells a different story. This was served only about 2 months prior, not released until July 2020, sitting across the entire application window. These dates were pleaded and sworn in applications, but not yet independently documented. The recorded lien record is split in specific 8 notices against Legally Mine LLC with release balances of $891,000, 9 against Daniel and Evelyn McNeff jointly with release balances of $1.2 million, and the sharpest single document recorded June 2020 for $278,000, which is a personal federal tax lien across the April 27th application. These facts support false statement and bank fraud theories. So basically, this is saying they not only do they tell a little fib in the and the is any litigation pending in that financial disclosure document, but also they kind of seem to have told a little fib having to do with a PPP loan. The fourth victim is the person who noticed, which is reckless. Ben, his video is about the situation, the vanished Lego collection, passed roughly 1.3 million views. The answer was not a refund, but a racketeering lawsuit and an ex parte temporary restraining order commanded Ben to take down his already published videos from every platform. The pressure then reached off the docket to the services that carried the reporting and the money behind it. Patreon's chief executive, Jack Conte, released a video saying that he's going to leave the Patreon up. The same reporting has also drawn copyright claims and further reports whose basis is contested. I don't know what the copyright claims are about. I need to see what that's about. Oh. Copyright claim the videos to get them taken down. Got it. These facts would support wire fraud on the theory that silencing the reporting protected the franchise sales revenue. Aha! Traditional property the enterprise exists to obtain which is what makes the journalist part of the same racket rather than a separate speech dispute. And that means them going after him is the racket in this theory. This is a theory. This is not my theory. I'm just reading it. Each one of these four classes could only ever see its own corner. The franchisee saw a bad contract. The banker saw a routine loan file. The family saw an internal quarrel over proceeds, and the journalist saw a gag order. The full legal rigor for each theory, the directness rule that leads each co-plaintiff to sue only on the predicate that injured it, the continuity. So this is basically helping Ben like set up a possible RICO countersuit. That's crazy. This is good. This is really good. It's just so hard for me to read this specific type of language. I don't know why. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Rose, and for the heads up. Y'all are putting some crazy. Is this the same? Is the Orem store Ammon owns the same store used for franchisee training, or is that a mock-up in the office building? No idea. No idea. I have no idea. Okay, so I did want to tell y'all about that Josh Johnson. Let me see what y'all are saying as far as the votes. Let me go to the votes. The poll. %82 of y'all, based on 447 votes, 82%, more than 8 out of 10. Based on this post, would you think Josh Johnson was a lawyer? Have said yes. Hundreds of you. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of you. Oh, there's trolls in here? Yeah, get them out of here. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. And y'all watch your use of slurs and stuff in the chat. I don't know what got my video removed the other day, but I'm just trying to be real careful. Okay, so gotcha. All right, let me I'm gonna pull up. I did not see what happened to the bird. I don't know what y'all saying about the bird. Let's see. I'm gonna try and log into the hearing now. Okay, hold on. Okay, so what it looks like, all right. What it looks like is they're not actually gonna let me mute myself. Okay, I'm gonna press join meeting, but just. It's like allow access to the microphone. Okay, I'm muted. Okay, good. Let me do a test. No, I don't want that. Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on. Ah! I'm glad I started going early. They sent me a webinar password. Okay, let me go get it. Wah wah. They sent me a webinar password. wrong email, that's why. Okay, let's see. I'm writing an update here. Yes, I remember the one that joined as a cat. What's the freaking webinar password? It's saying webinar password, but oh no, that was for Judge Graph. Wrong one. Webinar password. That was for June 30th. Did I not sign up for this? I thought I did, girl. Maybe I didn't even freaking sign up for it. Hold on. I'm not connected to audio. Yeah, it looks like just dead air. So far, just dead air. I can't hear this lady. I don't hear her. The web link is in the description. They're saying there is no audio. I'm not the only one that can't hear anything, right? Thank you so much to Yvette for the $20 Australian. Thanks to the mods working double time in the chat today. Yeah, it seems like no one's able to hear anything. I did mute myself. What's my system default on my speaker? is not also supposed to start for another minute. Oh, Ben Schneider's here. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, it's very low. Okay. What about now? Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better now? What about now? What about now? Okay. I don't know what I did, so. What about now? What about now? What about now? Can you hear me now? What about now? Is this better? Is this better? Hit the like. Did you hear that? Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is this better? Okay, this is weird because like my thing is turning yellow. So somehow I'm talking loud, like 5%. Some are saying I can hear me fine. Shh. Okay, maybe it's my mic. It's a different mic. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me better now? 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 Is it 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 better now? Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay, y'all, this is like honestly not helpful at all. No, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes. No. I can hear you. No, it's not better. Yes, it's better. Turn it down. Hello. Okay, let's try this. What about this? Is this better? No. to do. Sorry. So if you're, maybe just turn your phone all the way up. Davey said the audio is perfect for him. Refresh the page. No audio on laptop. I'm not in distress. I mean, I'm kind of in distress because I don't know what happened. There's another guy. Hold on. Okay. So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Apparently, something's wrong with my audio all of a sudden. But it could possibly be because they don't want people to record it. It could be some. Okay, y'all can hear me now. Okay, good. Okay, so the hearing's over. The hearing's already over. It was a nothing burger. I kind of predicted that this is what was going to happen, that Ben's lawyers were going to come in and say, oh, well, Your Honor, we haven't had a chance to catch up with this case. And because of that, we're going to need some more time. They originally asked for September 1st to be the date, Both of Ben's lawyers did appear to be. Yeah, it basically muted the other audio. Yep. So basically, just TLDR, I just got out of the hearing. I watched it from my computer. I didn't restream it. I don't want to go to jail in Utah, especially. And essentially, the lawyers just asked for a continuance or a new date. This was Ben's lawyers. They first they asked for September 1st to be the new date, and the judge, that didn't work for the judge. So they picked some other date. Um, I didn't quite catch that. I wasn't taking notes or anything. I was like, yeah, the breakout session started. I know. Um, y'all are funny. Someone said, I would bail you out. No, girl. No, you're not gonna have to do that. So yeah, they kicked the hearing down the road. It's not going to happen until September. The judge did ask Ben if he had a chance to go do his fingerprints yet, which they keep bugging him about these fingerprints, and he said no, he did not have the chance to do that yet. September 15th. September 15th is the new date. Okay, thank you, Toke Air. Thank you, the Hammer. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So they'll send me to American Fork where they do things different. I know, skeptic. Okay, so yep, that was it. I did see one of Ben's lawyers, John Williams. I don't know if the other lawyer was on the camera. Ben was not on the camera, but he was in there. I heard his voice. The judge asked Ben, did you do your fingerprints yet? They keep being on him about these fingerprints. And he said, no, I still got to do that. So he still hasn't done his fingerprints. That's exactly what I keep saying. Didn't they already fingerprint him somewhere? Like, I'm sure he hasn't burnt his fingerprints off since then, but apparently you have to keep getting new ones. Thank you to Bond Woman for the $2. Just communicate to us by text on screen during. That's what I was trying to do. Thank you to me, and thank you for the $2. Thank you to me, Avi, for becoming a new member. So yep, that was it. So a lot of people are asking, what does this mean for the TRO? Does the TRO stay in place? Does the TRO fall away? So I did talk about this earlier. I don't know who was in here, who wasn't. So I'll just repeat it quickly. The TRO is not for this case. I'm not sure there's even a protective order in this case. Because it's just criminal trespassing and disorderly conduct. So I don't think there is any type of protective order or restraining order in this case. The case where the TRO comes from is the one in civil court against Ben. That was actually not a criminal case. That one is filed by Bricks and Minifigs and Josh and Brandon and Ammon and Matt and all of them. They sued Ben. That's where the TRO comes from. So this TRO is not this case. The case we watched this morning was the Provo versus Ben, which is disorderly conduct and criminal trespass after being asked to stay. Why do they want his fingerprints so bad? Girl, I don't know, but he still has not given them the fingerprints. So this is from the incident that happened apparently at the Provo headquarters of Bricks and Minifigs. And the protective order is just for the stalking case. So, yep, the lawyers just showed up, basically said, we need more time. Judge said, okay, that's fine. And now they're going to push this off for 2 more months. I mean, it's July 6th right now. And that hearing isn't going to happen for 2 more months. So I do wonder what these lawyers are getting cranked up for. They did ask Ben if that was okay for him. He said yes. You have to have new fingerprints in every new case. That's crazy. Might be on the request of Ben's lawyers. Yes, it was on the request of Ben's lawyers to move the case. Yes, it was. So with that in mind, let's take a look at Pacer and see if anything new has been filed in the federal civil case. Just like to check in every now and again. Paul Leslie said, I think Ben's team is going to try to get the charges dismissed. No, I said bricks and minifigs. Y'all stop saying those slurs in my chat. No, nothing new has been filed. Yeah, I think the audio was just messed up from the WebEx. It's probably because they don't want you to record it, but I really don't know. I don't know. It looked kind of glitchy to me. Okay. Anyway, okay, so the hearing's done. Back to what we were doing. So we were talking about the possible unlicensed practice of law. What is this? Oh, okay. Girl, Fortune Law Firm has joined the circle. Whatever the circle is, they have joined, okay? Uh, the Fortune Law Firm, thank you for joining our circle. Circle of dental excellence. Okay, girl. I don't know what it means. Who liked it? Don't show. Let's see all the comments. Sherry says welcome. Anyway, that was an update. That was a very small update there. So this one I talked about earlier, but I want to show y'all the Facebook post where Art McComber, just as recently as last year, less than a year ago, was welcomed to the Medical Aesthetic Art Institute. We're thrilled to welcome Art McComber. Remember, this is Joshua Johnson's business partner, or at least was his business partner, the co-owner of the Fortress Management, which now both of their profiles done got deleted and it says coming soon, but I did a video on it and showed y'all, in the Wayback Machine that they were both previously listed there on the website. So this was last year. We're thrilled to welcome Art McComber with Fortune Law Firm. Okay, remember, he was listed as the owner of Fortress Management. This is now we're talking about a law firm. Plus, this guy is former FBI special agent. Plus, he was the lead educator for Legally Mine. Okay, so this man gets around. It says we're thrilled to welcome Art McComber with Fortune Law Firm as a proud sponsor of the MAAI Summit. Join us for his Lunch and Learn session on Saturday, August 23rd from 12 to 1. You won't want to miss it. The MAAI Summit is shaping up to be our best yet. Packed with education, inspiration, and incredible networking. See you there. Okay, there's him. Lunch and Learn, Art McComber, Fortune Law Firm, all one word. Now, answer me this. Is this the unlicensed practice of law? Does he need to be reported? Does this man need to be reported to the where even was this thing? It doesn't even say. So I don't even know what state you would report him to, but look. You don't want to miss this. Art with the Fortune Law Firm. That looks like the unlicensed practice of law to me, but also it links Art McComber in with yet another company. We already found a connection between him and Legally Mine. We already knew the connection existed between him and Josh because they were listed as co-owners of Fortress Management. And it just brings me all the way back around to one of the first questions I asked when I started looking into Legally Mine. Is this all just a bunch of different companies that are doing the exact same thing? Like, you need a company that will act as the so-called law firm because you do need lawyers sometimes. Then you need a company that's going to be the so-called management company. And then you need the company that puts the people out there to go do the summits and the speeches and stuff. Is Legally Mine, Fortress Management, and Fortune Law Firm really all just working together? Are they not working together? Are they rivals, but they're doing the same things? I don't know. It's all starting to just give this patina of scheme, possible scam. Obviously, I can't be accusing anybody of doing a scam. I don't know these people. I've never been involved in this company. Nobody talks to me. But what even is Fortune Law? That kind of made me wonder that question again. So I went back to the website and they have this what we do. Now, just think about just before we even read this, what is a law firm? What do they normally do? Fortune Law Firm. What does a law firm normally do? Provides legal advice. Perhaps they represent clients in court. Perhaps they represent clients in transactions, contracts, negotiations, things like this. So let's read the what we are, what we do page. The Fortune law firm, again, now we've had this company be connected not only to Josh Johnson, but also Art McComber, and he's going to do speeches on their behalf, was created to help you keep more of your hard-earned money. That's why the law firm was created. I think what they meant to say, the Fortune law firm was created to help us keep more of your hard-earned money, but that's not what they said. And maybe make a little more in the process. Protect your assets, lower your taxes, build your wealth, and make sure your money goes where you want it to after you die. It is not just a matter of finding rare deductions or making unnecessary purchases to qualify for others. It's not about picking the right stocks or mutual funds or investments. In fact, it's not about some compartmentalized approach that you'd get by following the advice of your CPA, your financial planner, or your estate planning or transactional attorney. Okay, so don't go to your attorney for this. Don't go to your CPA for this. Do not talk to your financial planner here or your estate planning lawyer or your contracts attorney who you know. No, 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 no. It's not about that. Real wealth building and life planning is about structuring your business and personal life so that all the moving pieces involved in your finances work in harmony to protect your assets from creditors, predators, and the government and yourself so you can earn and keep more. Remember, this is the company that Josh Johnson was listed as a executive partner of this law firm. Executive partner. Exclusive partner, exclusive partner, excuse me. Don't talk to your CPA, talk to us. Don't contact any actual experts, talk to us instead, LLC. At the Fortune Law Firm, your personal wealth building plan could involve any of a number of these strategies. Protecting liquid assets, protecting real estate, creating a worthwhile legacy, getting out of debt, paying for your child's tuition, creating a 401k alternative in your workplace, leveraging your returns by using other people's money. Is Brick and Minifigs a client of Fortune Law? That's what I want to know. Because they seem like they leverage using other people's money. Asset protection. Business owners and entrepreneurs take risks that most people aren't willing to take. They put up their own money, invest their time, and sometimes starve or push themselves to exhaustion to get their business idea up. And although you may be willing to bet on yourself, you should not take the unnecessary risk of starting a business that doesn't have adequate liability shield and asset protections. Asset protection is accomplished in many ways, starting with which kind of entity or entities you form and which state you form it in. From there, you will want to structure. Okay, so we know about this. We've seen this way. Okay, tax strategies, estate planning, and look at their conference they got set up. Now, this is weird. Law firm financing? Eliminate the expense of funding your clients' cases. Take back control of your hard-earned capital by leveraging investments to get a low-interest loan from a bank for your clients. Using the law and proven finance principles, law firms are now making one small change to their firm finances to leverage their investments in a way that they can take out low-interest loans based on their asset-protected investments. See, do you see what I mean? What is going on here? What is going on here? NLALD said, I just looked it up. In most states, you actually have to be a lawyer to be a law firm partner, but not every state, just from what I saw on forums. Okay. Thanks so much to Nailhead for the $10. In the Broken Window report, the fields suspected of using and bias are for the FBI. NIBRS, the National Incident Based Reporting System. This refers to a weapon, and the second is politics or motive. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you, Nailhead. I was wondering that. I never thought I was going to be triggered by hearing the term asset protection, but here we are. Uh-huh. Sounds scammy. I don't know. Thanks so much to Steve for the $10 group watch request. Jason Zwag video. I found the money they stole from old people. They're not tanking the company to hold 100,000, 200,000 in Legos, but to attempt to keep hidden past millions. Okay, Jason Zwag. I found the money they stole from old people. Okay, hold on. Let me write it down. I have some other stuff I want to get to, but I'll put this on the list. Because I've been feeling very behind this week. I want to get to the stuff I found. Okay. Jason Zwack. And this is a YouTube video, I'm assuming. Okay. So yeah, I mean, what even is this Fortune law firm? Is it an asset protection law firm where they started to help us save more money? What's interesting is I went to their public Facebook page and it says they're an insurance agent. What? What is going on? Attorneys. This is from 2018, so a long time ago at this point. Attorneys, is your money tied up in case costs, making you case rich but cash poor? This is from 2023. The Fortune team made simple work of what is for me a complicated subject. And they were some of the most responsive, fastest working, and clearest firms I've worked with. How could be some of the most, whatever it was, firms, if it's one firm? One of is what it should say. One of the most. We got a tremendous value for our investment. What? And are relieved to have our assets protected. This reminds me. Thank you for the $10, Steve. I did write that request down. Thank you. This reminds me of do y'all remember, put a 2 in the chat if you remember reading that Vail corporate lawsuit. And it was like a RICO against them. And this Vail corporate would work with a law firm called Guardian Law, and they would do these real estate summits. And then the people would go to the real estate, and then they would be asked to kind of like finance it. And then there would just magically be a firm there that would help them finance the thing. This is making me wonder, is this something like that? Like, this law firm helps attorneys finance stuff, but also they do help with asset protection. Now, this firm is based in Las Vegas. Joshua Johnson and Art McComber both have been listed as people representing this law firm. Neither one of them, I believe, is an attorney or a lawyer or has a law degree from what I was able to find. Thank you so much to Julie. Wow, Julie Soiker. Soiker. For the $299.99. This is a $300 super chat. Oh my gosh. Y'all better help me with some clap emojis in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your excellent research and our entertaining live shows. # making my retirement fun. Girl, one day I'll be retired. Thank you so much for that $299.99. Wow. That was very generous. Thank you. So what is this place? What is this? Is it an insurance agent? Why does it say that? Got 2 reviews here. Joshua Johnson is a liar and a thief. Okay, so these reviews must be from after the case has started. Please don't contact anybody mentioned or any companies mentioned here. I have wondered too, is this a real law firm office or is this just like a stock photo? Fortune Law Firm is a law firm of entrepreneurs, real business owners who know and understand the law and have real world experience starting and operating businesses. Yeah, the problem is Joshua Johnson, I don't believe, is a lawyer. Look at the follows. Oklahoma Chiropractors Association. Maryland State Dental Association, Dolphin Home Mortgage, Frontier, Pennsylvania Nurse Anesthetist, anesthetists, realtors, insurance agent, real estate, attorney, financing. What are they doing? See who the page is following. I don't. Oh, okay. This is who it's following. I guess this is it. So, who is it following? This is who Fortune Law follows. Michelle Cummings, Little Pink Houses of the Tri-State Area, Little Pink Houses of America, some realtors, Tatum Lending Team, Christina Austin, CrossFit Durable, H&P Law, Lisa Leith, Heather Lewis, Ingalls and Volkers, Smith Group, Ashley Welch Realtor, another realtor, Little Pink Houses, Rich Dad Company, Little Pink Houses, Little Pink Houses, Little Pink Houses, Little Pink Houses. Oh, who's she? She looks familiar. Is this that? She looks familiar. Fortune Builders, that's interesting. Fortune Law Firm, Fortune Builders, Premier Real Estate Investment Education, Epic Real Estate Investment, Fortune Builders, Clever Investor, Rich Dad World, Real Estate Investing, OCG Properties, Battery Connections, Smart Real Estate Coach, Eric Miller Realtor, Redacted Invest. That sounds like scared of lawsuits. So this is who they follow, just a bunch of real estate stuff. Seems like. Interesting. Okay, let me end the poll. Apparently I still have the poll going on. Okay. So, what else do I have to show y'all today? Yeah, why is that law firm listed as a dang insurance agency? That's what I want to know. Okay. So, now I want to go back to the web and introduce a new character. We have a new character here as far as my web is concerned, as far as my story, my investigation goes. New character to introduce to the chat. And this is all from public records that this person himself seemingly made public. And that's going to be your boy, Reed Brimhall. Reed Brimhall, yes, ma'am. Okay, hold on. Let me put a picture of him. I think I took a picture of him. He's in the thumbnail. Okay, here he is right here. Reed Brimhall. Okay, now, interestingly, from my search, I wasn't able to find Reed as being connected with Legally Mine, which did kind of come as a surprise to me, and it might just be because I didn't look hard enough. But Reed is he's listed as the CFO. Hold on, let me move this. He's listed as the CFO of Bricks and Minifigs, and that's this document right here. Let me just make sure his address isn't on here because I ain't trying to get another one of my streams taken down. It looks like there is an address. I don't know if it's a home address or not. Let me just cover the address up like this. Okay. So I just have to be very, very, very careful here. I covered up the address here, and it's probably a business address. This is a public record. This was filed with the Secretary of State, but it's BAM Franchising Inc. is a company originally started 2011. Then they moved it from Oregon to, I believe, Utah, and then from Utah to Delaware. This is one such public document. And as you can see here, Reed Brimhall is signing as an officer of this company, BAM Franchising. Now, I've seen him listed elsewhere as the CFO, like including on the franchise disclosure document, which I'm going to pull up right now. Hold on. Okay, I guess my freaking hard drive came out again. Hold on. I'm having some technical difficulties. Please stand by. Okay. Oh, thank God. Let's see if this is the one. Yes. All right. Boom. We have this document here. That I'm pulling up. Yes, Ben's court appearance already happened. He wasn't physically in court. It was a web hearing. He appeared on the phone. He wasn't on the camera, and it's over. It was like 1 minute long. Okay. So this is that item 3 we talked about earlier, that there was. When is this from? This is the 2020. This isn't from my hard drive. This is from my download. So I don't know which one this is. So this is the 2023 one. This is the 2023 franchise disclosure document. And the reason I'm showing you this is just to show you this Reed guy. Okay. Item 2, business experience, Reed Brimhall, Chief Financial Officer. He has been the Chief Financial Officer since 2016. So he was the the CFO of this company, seems like before Ammon and Matt got involved. This is important to me. Why? Because it seems like there were a couple other people who were involved before and then are still kind of somehow involved, and that includes David Ortiz. David Ortiz is one of the 2 people who put their addresses in a public document, that UCC1 financing statement, and then got mad and wanted to maybe call it non-public or whatever. I mean, look, listen, I don't know who reported my video. I don't know who reported my video, or if it got reported by like AI because y'all were saying sniper too much or something. But I'm still going back and forth trying to get that thing put back up. And it was taken down in the middle of probably one of the biggest live streams I ever did. Certainly with memberships, the biggest one I ever did. So I don't know why I got taken down. But that guy, David Ortiz, and the other guy, John Masek, were the original founders of Bricks and Minifigs. Then they ended up selling the company, I guess, to Ammon and Matt. However, when they did that, there was also like this UCC financing statement, which I did show y'all the other day, that pledged 450, or was it 450,000, a bunch of shares of Bricks and Minifigs to Legally Mine or from Legally Mine. There was some weird stuff going on. But it looks like it's not only that David Ortiz who just still kept sticking around. It's also this guy, the CFO, was apparently the CFO before Ammon and Matt bought the company. He's still the CFO. Reed Brimhall, Chief Financial Officer. He's been the Chief Financial Officer since June 2016. He served as a Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Cincy in Meridian, Idaho since January 2015. Cincy. Do y'all know what Cincy is? Reed has half the shares. Do y'all know what Cincy is? I just typed in Cincy lawsuit on Google just to give y'all an overview. Now, this is like an AI overview, so please do take it with a grain of salt. But Cincy has been involved in several legal disputes over the years, spanning trademark and copyright, product origin, and worker classification. Notable recent and historical cases include last year, misclassifying somebody as an independent contractor. In 2025, a class action and PAGA lawsuit was filed in California targeting the company's treatment and classification of its network marketing sales force. It's an MLM. Such lawsuits, filed by firms like the Clarkson Law Firm, commonly allege that multi-level marketing companies misclassify sellers as independent contractors to deny benefits and protections, intellectual property and copyright disputes as well. And they also have apparently lied about where the country of origin of their line of stuffed animal warmers. And they have like, what Cincy actually is like a candle wax company. However, check this article out. The Idaho Statesman. Cincy CEOs are leaving for London. Here's what they're doing. The owners of Cincy are leaving the Meridian Company, but only temporarily. Heidi and Orville Thompson are taking a break to serve a 3-year mission for their church. Oh, isn't that cute? The Thompsons, who bought the wickless candle and scented wax company from 2 Utah women in 2004, will spend 3 years in London with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The couple will begin their service with a short training in June and travel to England the same month. The company said in a press release they will remain in London through 2024. Cincy president Dan Orchard will lead the company as interim CEO during the Thompsons' absence. In the past couple of years, we've intentionally worked with the executive team to bring Cincy to a point where the day-to-day operations do not require our direct involvement, CEO Heidi Thompson said in the release, and we are confident in being able to step away for a few years. Cincy's co-CEOs Heidi and Orville Thompson will take a leave of absence from their company in June to serve a 3-year mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The Thompsons took over the company with 5 employees and installed a direct selling model. Okay, so they bought the Cincy company and then turned it into an MLM. It quickly expanded Cincy into a consumer products giant before they bought the company. The Thompsons had been $700,000 in debt and were looking to avoid filing for bankruptcy. The company now has nearly 271,000 consultants in 12 countries, including nearly 197,000 in the United States. Of Cincy's 1,800 employees worldwide, 1,300 are in Idaho. In 2013, Cincy moved to a gleaming new 168,000 square foot headquarters at Eagle Road. Okay, so Mormons own this company, and that is where Reed Brimhall was working before he worked for the Bricks and the Minifigs. So he was working at a Mormon MLM company, and now today he finds himself as the CFO of the Bricks and the Minifigs, and somehow we just haven't talked about him that much. Now, there's also these lawsuits against the company. So I just want to be very clear. From what I can tell, he is no longer the CEO, the CFO or whatever it is of Cincy. I don't think that he is in that capacity anymore. He was the CFO for Cincy before, um, starting in January 2015. Okay. And so now Reed Brimhall is the CFO of Bricks and Minifigs. Are you serious? He owns a store too. Or he did in 2023. He owned a store too. Let me redact his address. Crystal Law is on here. Hold on, let me redact his address. Wow. Wow. He owned a store too. This isn't against the rules. They did disclose it. Let me show y'all. Oh God. Oh man. So this is the list of franchisees who have signed franchise agreement but not yet opened as of December 31st, 2022. So this is a few years ago. Arizona Savoy. That is a French last name. I think it's a Cajun last name. California, Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, Oregon. So this actually listed Crystal Law, I think, somewhere. No, this is the ones where they hadn't yet opened. Outlet. Okay, so then outlets owned and operated by corporate and or one or more of our officers as of December 31st, 2022. Right there. This is weird. Okay, there's two weird things going on here. I didn't even anticipate to find this Oregon thing. Because Crystal Law and them took over in 2023, right? So why is she being listed as an owner all the way back here? But anyway, okay, Reed Brimhall, the Idaho store, owned and operated by an entity in which our CFO is an owner. The CFO is Reed Brimhall. So the Idaho store is under this outlets owned and operated by corporate or officers. So Reed Brimhall had his own store. Maybe he still does in Idaho. But then this is weird because this is like a year or two before Crystal Law, I think, took over as an owner. But then it just says owned and operated by an entity owned by BAM Franchising. Something very weird is going on with how they did this company transfer. Not only when they took it back from Crystal, but also when they gave it to her, because apparently she had started working there as a manager. And then they kind of were like, oh, you're so good at being a manager. Why don't you own the store? And she's like, okay, bet. And like she buys the store, she tries to or whatever. And she starts running the store, her and her husband. And she's complained in the past about not having bank accounts properly transferred over to herself, which does loop back around to a similar pattern that Dave Gibb complained of about Ammon trying to kind of hostile takeover stuff. And it's like, I don't know how, where one scandal ends and the next begins. I don't know where one scandal is true and real and it is what it appears, or if it's just them trying to get out of accountability. And look, it says this too. I mean, just right here, Utah. Matthew, Karen, Ammon, and Nicole McNeff. During 2018, Ammon and Matthew, two of the owners of the entity that operates this outlet, became officers of BAM Franchising. And you know, it's interesting too. Owned and operated by an entity owned by BAM Franchising. Owned and operated by an entity which our CFO is an owner. I want to know what's the bricks in the minifigs. I'm going to go search for Reed Brimhall. Let's do a little live investigation if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Because that Cincy thing is just... I'm speechless. Reed Brimhall worked for Raytheon Infrastructure, Inc.? Surely this can't be true. It says Reed in Brimhall. Reed Noel. Oh, National Pro. This was a long time ago. This is in the 90s through the early 2000s. I don't know if that's the same. Oh, Reed Brimhall. Driven warranty. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Driven warranty. I want to know which company owns and operates the Bricks and Minifigs absolute weapons grade Lego franchising. We don't know how to hide our paper trail, LLC. Raytheon is one of the biggest defense contractors in the world. Maple River, thank you for the $2 Canadian super chat. Old version of the website shows they also do loans. The law firm. Thanks so much to Savvy Turtle for the $10 super chat. They follow all their victims ops clients. Ooh. Is anyone else shocked that crooks and mini thugs may inflate their store count while simultaneously lowballing Brian's collection value? No, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all, Bluebeard. Thank you for the $4.99. Thank you. Doesn't mean much. Could have worked for Enron. Yeah, she could have. I didn't work for Enron though. Thank you for the $5. Thank you to Evolve8 for the $5 Australian Thompson. Some people at Legally Mine have the same surname, but I'm not sure if there's any association. Yeah, Thompson is a very common name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I know. Y'all see that Raytheon? Invented the microwave oven. Ties to BlackRock incoming. So... What year was that? 2022 driven warranty? Okay, he started being the CFO of Bricks and Minifigs in 2015. Is that right? Excuse me. 2016. Okay, so he was the CFO of Cincy starting in January 2015. About a year and a half later, June 2016, that's when Reed Brimhall became the CFO of Bricks and Minifigs. Okay, so I have narrowed it down to Idaho. And on that page, it says owned and operated by an entity in which our CFO is an owner. So which one could it be? Not an officer. So it might not be any of these. Huh. Let's just try this. Let me just try this. BAMF. And narrow it down and see if there's an Idaho. No, there's not. Let's go BAM. I'm trying to find... Oh, I done said too much. I'm trying to find the company. No Idaho. Shoot. Somebody else I'm sure has looked into this. This is why I'm trying to find it, because look, Reed Brimhall, we're looking into him. He's the CFO of the company, the chief financial officer. Back in 2023, he was listed under this section: outlets owned and operated by corporate and or one or more of our officers as of December 31st, 2022. You go down here, it says Reed Brimhall. He is the CFO. He's, I think, still the CFO. Owned and operated by an entity in which the CFO, so the CFO owns the company that owns and operates the company. So he is a part owner of the company. This is so weird, this crystal law thing. This crystal law thing is so weird because I think she was just a manager at that point. So were they still trying to obscure that they actually owned it? Now, he's also listed here. So let me pull this up. BAM Franchising Inc.'s franchise sellers. Okay, so who else was the franchise sellers on the most recent? I'm going to give you all a second. Who was listed on the 2025-2026 one? Who was listed as one of the franchise sellers? Who's not listed here? Joshua Johnson. Yes, him. Okay, so the franchise sellers are Ammon, Matthew McNeff, Matthew Thomas, Reed Brimhall. Wait a freaking second. Reed Brimhall? You mean to tell me Reed Brimhall did the same thing that now Joshua's doing? He's selling franchises, but also owns one of them? Is that a conflict of interest? Is that a conflict of interest? Is it allowed? I guess it's allowed. At least they listed Reed on here. They didn't list Joshua Johnson. Also, he's listed here, the franchise seller. Ammon McNeff, Matthew Thomas, Reed Brimhall. The former CFO of Cincy. I told y'all I had some stuff to show y'all today. Isn't this just normal MLM behavior? Is Bricks and Minifigs an MLM? Are they leveraging other people's money to make their own, just like Fortune Law? Here is a public bio put up about Reed Brimhall. He was on time for his, okay, so this is from profilemagazine.com. Anytime I see to spend more time with his family, I think Mormon. That's just their code word. It's not that they're the only people who want to spend time with their family, but they do often put it in their business stuff. Like we took over Bricks and Minifigs to spend more time with our family. It just they like to brag about that. I do think it is a good character trait to want to spend time with your family. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing, but we do know that he worked as the CFO for an MLM company called Cincy. Okay, and maybe he still does. I think he's no longer does that, but I really don't know. Profilemagazine.com. Reed Brimhall defines his own success. After a long and distinguished career in finance, Reed took a position at Cincy that would allow him to spend more time with his family. He was on time for his interview, carried a folder loaded with copies of his resume as he made his way from the parking lot to the building. The sun bounced off the glass facade, revealing his reflection on the door. He saw his best pinstriped suit, a perfect Windsor knot in his necktie. He was ready. He stepped inside and was greeted by a troll at the reception desk. What the fuck? Cincy, a direct sales company based in Idaho, was celebrating Halloween. Oh, that makes sense. CEO Orville Thompson met Brimhall wearing jeans and a Metallica t-shirt. Ew, that's not very Christ-like. The candidate didn't know if Thompson's outfit was a costume, but he was aware that Cincy's culture was a bit unusual. Brimhall went home with an offer to step in as the company's new CFO. In many ways, the hire was a perfect fit for both parties because they're all Mormons probably. As it continued to expand, Cincy needed a veteran finance leader to create the infrastructure to support its growth. Brimhall, nearing retirement, wanted a fun and flexible assignment. During more than 40 years he's worked in finance, he's often had to make sacrifices to do what was best for both his career and his family. And with his position, he didn't have to sacrifice anything. He studied accounting at Idaho State University and started his career in 1978 at the Touche Ross, now Deloitte, in the firm's office in Boise. A university audit took him from New Mexico before he accepted to transfer to Oregon. Nearly 13 years with the public accounting firm. Brimhall took a position at Stanford University and moved his family to California. Although his family was able to put down roots, Brimhall was not. Stanford was accused of mischarging students, and as a director of the Office of Government Cost and Rate Studies, Brimhall spent 2 years traveling between Palo Alto and Washington, D.C. to argue the case before the federal government. So is he a lawyer? What do you mean, argue the case? While his efforts led to a favorable settlement, okay, so he didn't win, they settled, the stressful period of politics, full of politics and press, took a toll. A year later, he was leading finance and administration for Stanford's medical school, a position he calls his dream job. But with 5 children, including one autistic son, and challenges in California's public school system, he knew things needed to change. He took a 60% pay cut so his family could return to Idaho. While the move brought more stability, he continued to rack up airline miles after working as a controller at an engineering and construction firm in Boise. What does this man do? Is he a lawyer? Is he a finance guy? Is he an engineer? He became the chief accounting officer for URS, a competitor based in California. He commuted from Boise to San Francisco for 12 years. God dang. So his kids wouldn't have to change schools. When AECOM acquired URS in 2014, Brimhall decided to give up his frequent flyer card. After years of travel, he was ready to stay home. He sent his resume out to a network of friends and colleagues, which led to his interview at Scentsy. The direct sales fragrance product company operates in 11 countries, nearly 2,000 employees, $860 million in annual sales, because it's an MLM. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought an influx of new consultants to the organization. We're counter-cyclical, so anytime unemployment hits, we see a spike, Reed Brimhall explained. He's helping Scentsy fund inventory and meet other demand-related challenges. And so I'm like, hold on. How much does this man have to do with Bricks and Minifigs? Probably a lot. He decided to stop working full-time, but stayed on in his job as an advisor in 2021. Okay, so he no longer works there full-time. For now, he's in the perfect pre-retirement job. Since he talks a lot about simplicity, authenticity, and generosity, and those things resonate with me because they have always been a part of my own values. Every year, the company lines Boise's busiest street with dozens of rocking chairs for the Rockathon. I don't care. Lego fans can also find Brimhall at Bricks and Minifigs, a resale shop his family opened in 2016. Girl. For the Brimhalls, operating a BAM franchise is more than a business venture. I saw how hard it was for my autistic son to earn respect and find opportunities in life, so I bought him a job. I decided to do something about it myself. His son loves Lego, and working at the store has helped him master life skills. Okay, so it looks like Dan McNeff isn't the only one that just bought a store for his sons to get out of his hair. Reed Brimhall did it too. Gotcha. So nobody would hire his son, which, look, shout out to the fellow autistics. I am among you. I am one of you, okay? I ain't trying to say anything offensive by any means about my own people, but he couldn't get a job, so he just bought a store for his son to work at. That is some rich people shit if I ever did hear it. His son likes Legos. Okay, cool. He's now part owner and CFO of BAM Franchising. He's part owner of BAM Franchising. He's part owner of the whole franchise, not just the store. Look, he is now part owner and CFO of BAM Franchising, but running his own store is a family affair. Walk into their Boise location. Okay, how the hell is a freaking regular ass person who's not a Mormon family member of these people supposed to survive in this franchise? You're competing for seemingly resources and inventory with the owners themselves. Reed Brimhall is an owner of Bricks and Minifigs? It says so in this Profile Magazine article. Reed is an owner. Ammon is an owner. Matt McNeff is an owner. Seemed like David Ortiz might be an owner, but that UCC filing statement did expire, so I don't know. I didn't say anything was wrong with it, and y'all need to start using your fucking ears. What I said is, it looks like Dan McNeff isn't the only person who will just buy a company to get their son out of their hair. Does that mean it's wrong? Did I ever say it was wrong? What I do think is wrong is not disclosing this information. I do think it's wrong to not disclose this information, in particular on the financial disclosures. The franchise disclosure statement that is supposed to be fully truthful, it doesn't say Reed Brimhall is an owner. It says he's the CFO. But look at this. Part owner of BAM Franchising. Isn't that interesting? But running his own store is a family affair. Walk into their Boise location and you'll find family members hosting birthday parties, leading robot events, ordering inventory, and working with customers. In Career Success Factors, Brimhall shares the key principles he's tried to follow in his own working life. I tell my students to define what success means for them. I left my dream job and repeatedly took steps to give back. Steps back to give my family what it needed. That's success to me. And now Brimhall is ready to enjoy what he calls the best part of life, grandchildren. What the hell? What the actual freaking hell? And there's something else, too, that I have this nagging reminder that there was an Adam Brimhall. I think we're about to find something big, y'all. Hold on one second here. No, it's Mark Comer. Okay, all right. Where's Adam? Hold on. It was on here. Now, I don't know if these people are related, okay? I don't. Where's Adam Brimhall? I have this here, but where's his name? BAM Franchising. This says Reed Brimhall. They took his name off. Look at this. I don't know when this is from. This is one of those FDDs of 2024. Okay, this is 2024. This is 2024. Josh Johnson gets put on here. Darren Hicks, Ashley Wells, Kiyu Amini, Ernesto Olaza. These are the new franchise sellers. Okay, Matthew Thomas gets taken off. Reed Brimhall gets taken off the next year after the one we just read. And Josh Johnson gets put on. Thank you so much, GRB Chaser, for the $5. Oh, okay. He finally wants to have time for his family when he only needs to deal with the grandkids and not raise any children himself. Looks like that's what it looks like to me. Yup. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $5 super chat. I will serve you my authentic pep and Cajun gumbo just as I do it my way. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the $5. Go back to the Idaho filter. There was one with Lego in the LLC. That's true. I did not see that. Let's see. I went by officer and I went Reed Brimhall. I did not see that. Let's see. Idaho. Oh, you're right. Tiulu Legos C LLY. You're right. Legacy. Reed Brimhall. Okay, and this is the Idaho Secretary of State. So let's check that out. Okay, let me pull that up. So this is what the Reed Brimhall one, I think this is the one it is. You're right. It does have Legos in the name. Tulu Legacy. Active existing entity. Okay, so does he still own a store? All right, let's go to the Idaho Secretary of State Corporations Division. And we'll go to the business entity search. And we'll search this. They spelled legacy with Legos. Reed Brimhall is the agent. View history. Oh my. Okay. Let's download the first. When did he become CFO? When did he become CFO of Bricks and Minifigs? He became CFO of Bricks and Minifigs in 2016, June 2016. Reed Brimhall is listed. Let me redact. So this is when he was still working at the Cincy. When did he start working at the Cincy? Hold on. The franchise sellers are Amma McNeff, David Ortiz, Reed Brimhall, and Carson Bird. Wow. So he was on with, okay, so he seemed to have been on, and then he owned the Idaho store, owned and operated by an entity in which our CFO is an owner. So it doesn't say exactly, hold on, I was not on the right one, hold on. Bricks and Minifigs CFO since June 2016, and he started January 2015. January 2015, he started working at Cincy, and while he was the CFO of Cincy, he starts up a brick and a minifig location. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Okay. This is all the filings. Party removed. Changed from Reed. Yeah, Reed in Brimhall. So what did they change? I don't get it. What was changed? There was a change made a month ago. Reed Brimhall. Registered agent is Reed Brimhall. Mary and Reed. So Mary, I guess, is his wife. Wow. Well, we found the company. It's Teulu Legacy. Teulu, all one word, TEULU, space, Legos, Y, LEGOSY. Mm-hmm. Yep. Wow. I wasn't even expecting to find that he owned a store. Good catch, Scooter. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you to GRB Chaser. So does that mean he cooks their books? I don't know. I don't think that's what it means. I hope not. I hope not. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $5. Owners on paper equals 300 stores. The smartest guys in the room play. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. For the $5. Thank you again for the $5 again. If we wanted to play, oh, Chris is in here. Shout out to Crystal. Oh my gosh. The queen herself is in the chat. Okay, hold on. Let me get to that comment. Okay. If we wanted to play by BAM rules for the public, that BAM franchise store is infringing on Lego Inc. trademark. I wonder why Lego lets them use their sign and their name like that. I do. Chris, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if you knew this or not, but like all the way back in all the way back in 2022, they were using your name as the owner and operator of that Oregon store, but then it said like owned and operated by a company that is owned by corporate. I don't know if you were in here for that part, but that confused me because I thought y'all didn't start owning the store till like 2020, like 3 or 4. I could have it wrong. I know you got lawyers and stuff, and my hard drive is not hooked up, so I don't have like all my I don't have all my stuff in the right order here. Oh wait, maybe I do. Hold on. They had your name on that 2023 one, or 2022, and it said your name and it said the store address, but then it was like this store is owned and operated by a company, a corporation owned by corporate. And I'm like, wait, I thought Chris didn't come in and start owning it. Why would they put your name on there? Is it like, I almost wonder if they're trying to like hide all the different owners and officers that, golly, I can't believe we just found out Reed Brimhall owns Bricks and Minifigs part of it. And I'm kind of surprised I didn't see him listed in the Legally Mine of it all. I'm curious. Okay, so Crystal, shout out to Crystal Gorman. Thank you so much for the $10. Chris Gorman here, previous franchise owner of the Salem location. Yes. Chris is the one, y'all, that we saw over there trying to tell Brandon, not Best, Brandon Thomas Best. She's like, I have to pay. This guy, Brian Mansell, he hasn't been paid out on his consignment stuff. And they were like, oh girl, you don't need to worry about that. We got that and all that. And she was like trying to say like, no, it hasn't been paid. And they were like, oh yeah, that's a business thing. And then they tried to act like they didn't know about it. This is her. She's in the chat. Shout out to her. Thank you for the $10. If Ammon, Matt, or Reed is listed on the LLC, then it is a corporate owned and operated location. Adam is Reed's son. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Mark Nimke for the $10 super chat. Crystal, can you check to see if the bird on the Legally Mime dossier page looks anything like Tattle? I haven't seen Tattle myself. I saw his cage. Only saw his cage. Thank you, Savvy Turtle. Cook my books. Get a franchise store, LLC. Adam is Reed Brimhall's son. Good to know. I figured they were related, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know. This freaking Reed Brimhall. What else do I have on him for y'all? Oh, the FBI. He wanted to be in the FBI. Reed Brimhall, this is 2018, so he was already working for Bricks and Minifigs. He started in 2016. But this is the year Ammon Wow. I just had a brain blast. The way they worded that, the way that Ammon and Matt worded it, it was like during 2018, Matt and Ammon, quote, became owners, right? That's what it said. But that doesn't mean the only owners. So how long has Reed Brimhall been an owner? Was Reed Brimhall an owner of Bricks and Minifigs even before Ammon and Matt were? And did he stay and continue to be an owner even now? Reed Brimhall has really escaped detection from me for so long. Okay, anyway, here's 2018. This is the year that Ammon and Matt kind of supposedly took over the franchise. It says Reed Brimhall, 2018 Excellence in Finance from the Idaho Business Review. For over 3.5 years, Reed has been the Chief Financial Officer for Cincy. Okay, so at least in 2018, he still was the Cincy. So he was the CFO of Cincy and Bricks and Minifigs at the same time, at least for some time. Good to know. But the journey that brought him to the Meridian based fragrance product manufacturer began in the 70s. It's an old story, he says. My dad was an accountant, and I actually had plans of getting an accounting degree and joining the FBI. Did you read? Did you? They were just beginning to use forensic accountants. One potential downside he saw with a career in the FBI was the possibility of being transferred often to wherever the agency needed him, so he shifted his focus toward public accounting instead. Oh, and now the publication got removed. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? It got removed. So when you go to click after, oh, he decided not to go to the FBI, the article's gone. Thanks so much to ManBlossom82 for the $20 super chat. There is a channel called Chillin' with Greg that talks about Mormons running MLM-style businesses a month ago. Oh, let me write that on my card too. Put that on my watch list. Chillin' with Greg. Never heard of that. I can't vouch. Somebody's just, giving me the tip. Here, Chillin' with Greg, MLM Mormons. Wow. Today has been enlightening, to say the least. Okay, and that was pretty much like what I had as far as read. Okay, but those were the things I wanted to go over with y'all. And now we have a new character on the web. We have a new character that's entered the chat as far as this channel is concerned. And that would be Reed Brimhall. And I guess his son as well, Adam. Okay, that's him right there. And we have a few things here. Okay, so, there actually was something else I wanted to show y'all. Okay, so not only does he have these Stanford connections, but when I looked him up, he was listed as the chief financial officer, not only at Cincy at some point, not only at Bricks and Minifigs, apparently even up till now, but also this other company called Driven Capital LLC. Driven Capital LLC. Please, not another finance company. But it is. Yes, it is. Yep. Yes, it is. Driven Capital LLC. Was listed as the CFO. When you go and click on this, just random, the org, this is just one of those, kind of crawler type of websites. It lists this other guy. It's Reed Brimhall right here, Chief Financial Officer. And then you can barely see it. You can barely see right here, Scott Payron. It's almost like it's supposed to be the name Payton, but they put a T instead of an R. I don't know if maybe his name really is Scott Payton or Payron, but look, managing member is Scott Payron, and then you have Reed Brimhall. Now, this is just this, crawler type of website, the org, but that led me to this document, this 2022 annual report from the Idaho Department of Finance. So I've clicked on it and let's take a look at it. This is the 117th annual report. It was put out in 2022, Idaho. Now, Idaho is where Cincy is based. Idaho is apparently where Reed Brimhall lives. Idaho is also where he owns a Bricks and Minifigs store. Okay, so Idaho, protecting integrity of Idaho financial markets, 2022 annual report. I searched through here for Driven Capital LLC, and it is listed right next to it, Scott Payron. I just now showed y'all on the web, on the map, why I believe that's the same Driven Capital that Reed Brimhall is listed as the CFO of. He is a CFO of other companies. I don't know if he's still the CFO. I don't know if he ever was, but he was listed as such. And look at this. Just a few years ago, this is the sanctions report. Administrative orders issued, civil enforcement actions initiated or completed under the Idaho Uniform Securities Act. Driven Capital, LLC, Scott Payron. Agreement and undertaking entered on July 1st, 2021, exactly 5 years ago. $5,000 in penalties and a $250,000 rescission. Okay, now Reed Brimhall is not mentioned. He is not mentioned here, but he apparently was the CFO of Driven Capital, at least at some time. Was he in 2021? I do not know. But this guy right here listed that was listed right next to him for Driven Capital LLC has been penalized and had to pay a $250,000 rescission. This is related. Mirren, thank you for the $10. Not sure if related, but Legally Mine is a top sponsor to 5-Star Legacy Foundation. And the owner of 5-Star Legacy Foundation is also a Mormon who runs a few MLMs. Yeah, Mark Comer is related to this saga, and I'll show you how. Remember, put a 3 in the chat if y'all remember. When Legally Mine changed its freaking name on the same day, they file all those changes on the same day as Ben's video came out. Okay. Well, now they've converted Legally Mine LLC into a different company called LM Old Co. And they've created a new Legally Mine LLC, which is DBA Centra Wealth Solutions. And guess who's the manager of Central Wealth Solutions? Mark Comer. Mark Comer. Central Wealth Solutions is also a registered agent for BTJD Corporate. Property owned by a holding company, Centra Solutions. So this Mark Comer guy, yeah, he's listed as the manager. So kind of like almost like the new sort of like manager of Legally Mine, the one that's now out here, not the old one called LM Old Co. But he's kind of like the guy now. He's kind of like the guy now, Mark Comer. Mark Comer. Centra Wealth Solutions. DBA, look at this. Legally Mine LLC, applicant owner. The owner is Centra Wealth Solutions. But who is Centra Wealth Solutions? Well, the manager is Mark Comer. So now we have 2 MLM Mormons. Reed Brimhall being one. Mark Comer being another, according to Mirren. Thank you for the $10. Are MLMs usually pyramid schemes? Technically, no, not always. I don't know about usually, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Multi-level marketing is somehow slightly different. I think they should kind of all be outlawed. What relation is Brooke Brimhall to, I think Brooke Brimhall is the wife of Reed. I think. Or maybe that's the wife of Adam. Actually, I don't know. Current owner and president of the Boise store. I don't know. Their LinkedIn connection are basically a who's who of current rogues gallery. I don't know. I really don't know how their family is related. And Brimhall might be a very common, I don't know how common that name is. Technically, MLMs are supposed to not be pyramid schemes. Pyramid scheme, because that's the word scheme in it, is supposed to just be like the illegal kind. Like a pyramid scheme, to accuse someone of doing a pyramid scheme is like a defamation per se. Whereas a multi-level marketing is like a direct sales force that makes most of their money from still selling the product. But a pyramid scheme is an unlawful is an unlawful way to organize a business such that the person who is supposed to be, the employee or whatever actually makes more money from recruiting people and buying product, like they're being forced to buy products and stuff too. That's my understanding of it. Although there are many YouTubers who have dedicated their entire channels to the nuance difference between those things. So you should go watch them. I am absolutely not an expert here. Okay, good to know. Okay, so yeah, that's where Mark Comer comes into this. He's connected through the Centra Wealth Solutions, which is connected to the new Legally Mine, you know, LM Old Co. and all that. But that's Mark Comer right there. Then of course we have this section right here for Jay Mitten, who apparently allegedly started Legally Mine first under like National Asset Protection or something of the sort. We have just to remind y'all, that's Matt McNeff, and then you have Ammon down here with his diabolical mustache. Okay, so we were looking over here at Reed, who is the CFO of Bricks and Minifigs. He was a CFO as well of Cincy. I don't know if he still is, but also was listed somewhere over here as the chief financial officer also of Driven Capital LLC. And then I showed y'all this report from the Idaho Secretary of State. Driven Capital LLC has been sanctioned in the state of Idaho. That's a state where Reed owns a store. That's a state where Cincy is. $5,000 in penalties and a $250,000 rescission for Scott Payron. Now, you might be wondering, what did they do? What did they do? Why? Why did Driven Capital LLC have to pay this money? I don't know. I did submit a FOIA request. I submitted a public records request. I hope they respond to me. Let's see if they responded to me. But y'all know how it is when I try to request stuff in the public records. They don't always send it to me, as y'all saw last time. So, what is really exactly freaking going on here? What is really exactly freaking going on here with Reed Brimhall? What happened with that Driven Capital? What is Driven Capital? It looks like a predatory business in and of itself. Let me show you why I'm saying that. And I mean, this is not an allegation. I don't know how many more times I can say I'm not an expert. I'm not somebody that studies this stuff, a lot. But I do know subprime loans on subprime mortgages really effed up the entire global economy a few years back. Remember around 2008? Put a 4 in the chat. You remember the subprime mortgages kind of effing up everybody's life for a few years, about 20 years ago. Overview. This is from their LinkedIn. Driven Capital is a consumer lender license. Oh no, not another consumer lender, girl. You mean like the lender that we just saw at Fortune Law? You remember that? Why do we keep coming back to management companies, lending companies, and insurance? Why do we keep coming back? Driven Capital, consumer lender based in all 50 states. The company's founders are Northwest business leaders and investors. Who are they? Who are the founders? Driven Capital's goal is to be a Northwest-built solution to a national bottleneck to the flow of capital to small businesses and consumers for needed vehicle purchases. Driven Capital launched in 2017 in the beta stage as an indirect lender through Northwest Auto Dealers to consumers whose vehicle purchases are difficult for dealers to finance through traditional banking channels. Many borrowers come from the credit category commonly referred to as, quote, less than prime. Driven Capital believes the potential of this market creates an outstanding opportunity for accredited investor lenders to repurpose cash earning little interest since the Great Recession. Driven Capital is working with automotive equipment buyers as an indirect lender. The company is working with U.S. dealers who have committed to trusted dealer, trusted lender agreements with Driven Capital. What in the hell? They're giving loans to people who can't afford the loans and then what? Snatching the cars back and now they own that inventory? Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see how something like that might be easy to apply right over to the brick and the minifig model? Greg said, not all Mormons are like these guys. Kind of like not all Americans are like Trump. I know that. I say that a lot. Greg. And I have Mormons in my life who I love, and I know for a fact they would never do this. So I do agree with you. I absolutely agree. I say it a lot. I like Mormons. The ones I know, I like them. They're nice. They're sweet. They're kind. They're generous. They're well behaved. They don't be doing a whole bunch of shady stuff that I'm aware of. I mean, they're not my best friends, but I've known Mormons my whole life. None of them acted like this. I'll just say. However, what I have also said, Greg, and I'm sure you would agree if you're reasonable, sometimes when people are up to no good, they will use their membership in a certain organization or the goodwill that they've built up. Oh, I wouldn't do anything wrong. I'm one of you. They will use that to try and kind of like maybe get the cops to do something they shouldn't be doing or whatever. It looks to me like it's possible that did happen in American Fork. But does that mean every Mormon? Of course not. MLMs can be common. Oh, look, you said something else. Just a thought. I'm a member of the, okay, cool. All right. So you are a member of the LDS Mormon Church, and MLMs can be common because it's a close-knit community, not excusing anything about these guys. Not everybody is them. Absolutely. I agree. And I don't want anybody to think I'm saying something like, all Mormons are bad, because it's truly not my experience. That an experience isn't, that's just one experience. But I really I was feeling bad the first few days covering this because I'm like, I actually like the Mormons I knew. And I feel bad that they're getting dragged into this. Now anybody thinks of a Mormon, they're going to think of this weird bricks and minifigs. And the same thing happens with lots of religions. Like Sikh people, like one person with a turban does something and now every Sikh is a terrorist. That's just should not be how it works. So I'm very sensitive to that, and I do agree. Hold on. Fark, thank you for the $10. Adam Brimhall's witness report is the only cited basis for the disorderly trespassing case. Some say he's Reed's son, but I haven't confirmed. Huh. Right. And Gray Wolf said, yeah, I'm Mormon and I've had things done like that to me in Provo, not just Reckless Ben. And it wasn't as extreme. There are good Mormons, there are bad Mormons. Wait a second. I want to go back to this. Okay, hold on. Let me go to this. Let's go to Bam Sucks. Notice. Notice. This site is a neutral public archive of verbatim court documents, police records, docket records, regulatory filings from the bricks and the minifigs, litigation, and relevant related proceedings. All materials are exclusively sourced from official public records. This archive is maintained for transparency, accountability, and the public's right of access to judicial proceedings protected by the First Amendment and common law public records doctrine. The site does not publish home addresses, personal phone numbers, personal email addresses, family info, or other doxing information beyond what is already contained in the official public filings, and does not organize or encourage threats of physical harm or physical Interference. Agreed. Okay, let's see. Let's go home. Browse by topic. Provo misdemeanor case. Docket events, information and indictment, advisement of rights, pretrial protective order. So there is a pretrial protective order in the Provo misdemeanor case. Okay, let me see. Provo docket events. Information and indictment. Let's try this. Okay, they've already got it redacted, thank God. Is this the case number? No, this is a different case number. This is, you have 25 PR26. 25 would be 2025. This document information, this is 2610000376. Let me go to the exchange. I'll go to the document website. No, not that. Gonna have to put more money on here. 8Y. All right, so you're giving me a different case number. I don't think I've seen this case number, so I'm going to type this in. 25 PR 26279. No matching record found. Adam Brimhall's witness report is the only cited basis for the disorderly trespassing case. Wish I could find more on this. Adam Zachary Brimhall. Was he born in 1998? Used car assistant? No freaking way. No freaking way. No freaking way. And his dad's the CFO? Okay, looks like there's a few Adam Brimhalls. So I don't know which one's which. Let me go Adam Brimhall. Bricks and Minifigs. Yeah. Okay. So there's a LinkedIn. Manager at Bricks and Minifigs, Boise metropolitan area. Poor thing. He needs a heavy metal detox. He's a manager at the Bricks and the Minifigs. Okay, so is he related? I mean, he lives in the same city as, or the same state, I should say, as Reed. I don't know. He doesn't look like he could have been born in 1998, though. Oh, okay. This is interesting. There's a, oh, okay. We got to listen to this one of these days. Hold on. Let me put this somewhere I'm going to remember it. Look at this. It's like a podcast. From 2024, franchise deep dive, Bricks and Minifigs, franchise cost, fees, profit, and data. The Lego-focused toy store offers both new and secondhand sets, collections, and minifigs, catering to a very niche market and offering franchisees a strong profit potential. Bricks and Minifigs, a toy shop, specific focus on Legos. How many Bricks and Minifigs locations are there? Over 100. This is in 2024. Okay, who's the leadership? This was as of September 2024. Leadership, Ammon McNeff. CEO, Matt McNeff, COO. Adam Brimhall, new unit onboarding manager. Reed Brimhall, chief financial officer. This is the guy we've been deep diving today. He was the one that was involved in Cincy and Driven Capital or whatever that was. And then they have links to learn more. So Adam and Reed Brimhall have both been listed as perhaps potential leadership of this company. Black Hound Productions. Yeah, I need to look up what that is too. National Foundation for Asset Protection. He took, yeah, that I think was the original name of the J Mitten Company girl. Okay, so I'm trying to look for Adam Brimhall's witness report. Let me see. Does someone have it? This is very interesting to me. Let me take a screenshot of it, I guess, at least. That I want to look at. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much to Savvy Turtle for the $5 super chat. My friends at Latter-day Saints organized the Mormon protest at American Fork and are part of the 99% amazing people. And I might even be 89. I mean, maybe 11% of them sucks. I don't know. I just know it ain't all of them that acts like that, crazy like that. Thank you for your $5 super chat to me. Thank you. Look at first item in Exhibit I, incident log that shows history. Exhibit I to what? Exhibit I to what? There's a lot of court cases and a lot of documents. Or is it L? Is that from the Crystal Law Gorman? You're gonna have to give me a little more than Exhibit I. Sorry. Is that the Bam versus Ben? I'm looking for something right now, y'all. Don't worry. Okay, hold on. I gotta re-put my what's it called in there? My hard drive. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm trying to look. Okay. Exhibit I. Da, 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 da. Is anybody clarified on that? The court thing is over. No, the court thing's over. They just pushed the date back. Nothing happened. Really worth getting into anymore at this point. They just pushed the date back to September. Civil cover sheet. Let's see. Motion for the modified TRO. I'm opening the exhibit. A detailed incident log documenting the continuous disparagement and harassment campaign, including corresponding law enforcement case numbers from April 25th to 2026 is attached as Exhibit I. Okay, so let me go to this. Go to browse by topic. Verified complaint. Okay, let me see. Okay. Whew. Thank God. All right, this is on page 45 of the complaint. It says extortion, harassment, and threats of violence. On or about December 11th, 2025, a member of Schneider's group, that's like, you know, one of the reckless Ben people, admitted and or revealed conspired unlawful actions to a BAM employee, Adam Brimhall, that they had already taken, and regarding planned future harassment, extortion, interference, vandalization. You were right with this case number. This conversation was reported to the Provo Police Department. All right, I'm about to start just giving y'all assignments, okay? Somebody please, I need somebody to request this police report. This conversation was reported to the Provo Police Department, case number 25 PR 26279. Okay, let me see if they have the exhibit here. See Exhibit I. It is Exhibit I. Okay, so this is the same case. Okay, so we're doing a little side quest here on the Brimhalls. We're doing a Brimhall side quest. During this December encounter at the BAM corporate offices, Schneider demanded $200,000 and stated that failure to pay would result in reputational harm and matters would become very bad. Briggs and Minifigs reported this attempted criminal and civil coercion and extortion to police. This incident was incorporated as part of Provo Police Department case number 25PR26. Okay. I know why I wasn't able to find the case number, because this is the police case number. This is not the court case number. Gotcha. Okay, and this is the third one. December 2025. This is paragraph 198. This is page 84. December 2025, Schneider and one of his associates entered BAM's corporate offices, remained on the premises after being asked to leave. They filmed without permission using concealed recording devices. During this encounter, Schneider allegedly demanded $200,000 and said failure to pay would be very bad. When directed to leave, they refused. BAM contacted the Provo Police Department and initiated case number 25PR26279 and requested criminal charges. So they requested criminal charges. And the criminal charges did follow. That's what the court was for this morning. This incident was part of the enterprise's pattern. Okay, so let me go to do they have the exhibits here? No. The exhibits aren't on here even. This is a long-ass lawsuit. Okay, let's see if I can find the exhibit on bamsucks.com. No. That's fine. I think I can get it on... I think I can get it on Pacer, but it's going to be expensive. Hold on. Let me go to Pacer. Should we look and see if anything's been filed, by the way? In the reckless Ben case? I feel like something's going to get filed today. Might not. It's just a feeling. Look at that. Yeah, they were trying to make the civil RICO. That's why they just kept calling cops and cops and cops and cops and cops. No, nothing new has been filed, but let me see. Exhibit 3. Exhibit 4, state court proceedings. I have some of the exhibits. I'm gonna have to buy it, and I don't have enough money on my thing. Okay, I have exhibit D. I have exhibit F. I have exhibit... Okay, I have to buy it on the exchange, and I don't have the... I gotta put more money on my thing. God damn it. Only got 80 cents. Okay, just stand by while I buy yet more court documents. Okay, okay, I entered my card. All right. Case search. Okay, that didn't work. Wasted 20 cents. It doesn't really bother me, but I know it's like y'all are just sitting here like in silence waiting. But I guess this is part of like a live research, girl. Okay, 260402. Okay. Here we are. Sheldon's in here too. Shout out to Sheldon. I see y'all waving at him. North Korea is expecting good results. Y'all, I never have I have never focused so much on North Korea in my life. All right, Exhibit A. All right, here it is. Incident log. Give me that. Give me that doll. Give me that for $1. Crystal and Sheldon are both in here. Okay, interesting. All right, let's see. I want to print this. So this is Exhibit I, incident logs. Nope, not that. How long is it? 13 pages. Okay, let me just save this so I have it offline. And we'll take a look at this Adam Brimhall. I'm down the rabbit hole chasing Adam Brimhall. Let me go here. And Reed. Reed is where it started. Reed Brimhall is really where it started. Exhibit I, incident log or incident report, whatever they're calling it. And this was filed on the same day as the lawsuit, which I believe was the 27th. All right, pulling that up now. Got it. Oh man, that felt like a wild goose chase, except I caught the goose. I caught the wild goose, everybody. Don't worry. Here we go. Okay, let's turn this. 12:11. Witness had a conversation with a member of the suspect. Okay, witness. Who's the witness? Adam Brimhall. Okay, so this is where we are. Adam Brimhall was the witness. Okay, so BAM Corporate, the witness, had a conversation with a member of the suspect's cohort. I'm assuming that's Sheldon. And the member revealed actions already taken and plans for future, quote, harassment and vandalization. Case number 25PR26279. Adam Brimhall wrote up a witness report, and it was given to the investigating officer. Okay, y'all, I need this. Somebody please FOIA request this right now from the Provo Police Department. The reason I'm asking y'all to do it is, number one, I'm live. Number two, they don't give me stuff when I ask for it. I want the Adam Brimhall witness report given to the investigating officer after the suspect, that's Ben and friend, made an appearance at BAM Franchising corporate office. Okay, I want that. Somebody please ask the Provo Police Department for Adam Brimhall's witness report from December 10th through 12th, 2025, so they don't play any funny business, for case number 25P as in Peter, R as in Rocket, 26279, 25PR 26279. Location of incident 1036 S State Street, Orem, Utah. On a Friday. Adam Brimhall had a witness report. Please, somebody get that for me. Suspect dressed up as UPS. Suspect and cohorts made an appearance at the home of one of the victim's sisters. Girl, I wished you would. Oh, look at all of this evidence that was only coming straight from Josh Johnson. Okay, who's the staff or the witness involved? Adam Brimhall. Josh Johnson works for corporate. Jessica Fonsenbeck, probably scared to death of her brother Josh. Brandon Best also works for corporate. Josh Johnson also works for corporate. Let's go to the next page. Josh Johnson works for corporate. Josh Johnson works for corporate. Jacob Johnson. Wonder if he's related to Josh. Johnson is very, 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 very common last name. South Jordan Bricks and Minifigs general manager Jacob Johnson. Interesting. Brandon Best works for corporate. Look at all of these incidents that just came straight from them. This is interesting. Who is Zach Giles? Oh, his name was on some of the stuff. Zach Giles isn't the lawyer from Fortune Law, right? That would really blow my mind. I would need to log off. Zachariah Perry, not Giles. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank God, thank God. Okay, let's see. North Korea is expecting a good. Okay, BAM sucks. Bricks and Minifigs civil case in Utah. 6K exhibit I. Got it. Thank you for the $5. And thank you for that tip. That really did send us off on a whole little. What? Rabbit trail? Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $5 super chat. Disparagement and harassment complaint is a hard stretch when they continue to give the world fuel. Indeed. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2 super chat. They make it feel like a goose chase on purpose. Thanks so much to Rose again for the $2. If it is the same Adam, this is part of the RICO. It's Adam Brimhall, seems to be the son, and they said he was a BAM employee. Thank you, Savvy Turtle, for the $2. Collusion from BAM Corporate. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2. BAM Map Enterprise has update added translate option. Y'all are funny for that. Mark said that's funny. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Yes, that is funny. I'm going to take a look. Still nothing new uploaded to the Federal Pacer. We just looked. Okay, so that was some of the stuff I wanted to get through today as far as Reed Brimhall. Okay, and I want to talk a little bit, because we have talked about it already somewhat. I want to talk a little bit about the obvious media push campaign. I mean, I don't know, like, what PR company is working on this case or what, but it does appear to me as though they are fully active in the Reddit, okay? For example. Oh, the post was deleted by the person who posted it. Shout out to Making Law Simple, David, in the chat. Well, now it's been deleted, but there was a post here. That said something along the lines of, well, yeah, look, Reckless Ben is the villain of this story. And in 5 years, everyone will come to that realization. And I downvoted it. It got 98 comments and so many downvotes that it evened out. Dirty deleting. Yeah, I mean, it does say that the post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. But let me show y'all the comments. Shut the F up, American Fork Police Department. BAM PR getting desperate. This is the top comment. Remind me 5 years from now. Yeah, they're so pathetic. I think you're focusing on the wrong person. Whether Ben makes money from YouTube doesn't change whether the underlying claims have merit. Plenty of journalists and investigative creators earn money while exposing wrongdoing. Calling it just a civil dispute doesn't automatically mean there couldn't be criminal issues. That's for investigators to determine. You can absolutely criticize Ben's antics, that's fair, but his style doesn't make the allegations false. If people were genuinely wronged, the focus should first be on that, not whether the guy covering it wears a piggy bank in his videos. Somebody said, shut the F up, Ammon. So, like, it's like obvious they're really trying to change the public narrative on Reddit. Just pay the guy what you owe. They literally sent you the amount. You spent more on PR and lawyer fees than you would have just paying that guy. Wait, so the company committing theft is not the villain of a story about the company committing theft? Oh no, the bad guy is a kid who dared to make his money as a, quote, YouTuber. They belittled him and still continue to do so because they are old farts who have stopped trying to understand how the world was evolving around them 15 years ago. Okay, so this is just like, I think it's like actually incredible and amazing because the Reddit over there this time is not going to be swayed by the PR push. I feel like, okay, so Making Law Simple said, I feel like BAM is building up to a wimpier of a loss, but they will not get it. BAM will go down with a bang. Oh, so they want just a little putter out. They want to putter out. Their trolls are everywhere. BAM's FDD says Adam worked at Boise, Idaho Management, his dad's store. Okay, all right. Let me see if I have that 2026 filing. I have the 2025 one. Let's see if he's on there. Oh, Adam Brimhall is also a corporate employee. Girl, they got all their hands in the pot. Ooh, look at this. I don't know if this is 2026 or 2025. It was signed in 2026, but at the top it does say, I think, 2025. Look at this. Our training supervisor is Adam Brimhall. Brimhall has been our new unit onboarding manager since 2022. His experience in the subjects he teaches and supervises at trainings is based on his management of the Bricks and Minifigs operation at Boise, Idaho from 2016 through 2022. So he's no longer... Girl, is this the autistic son? Mr. Brimhall has been the new unit onboarding manager since 2022. His experience is based on his management of the Bricks and Minifigs operation in Boise from 2016 to 2022. So does he no longer work there? It's the training schedule. So he does training at the corporate office. Occasionally, different guest speakers may make an appearance at the training program to provide information about various products, services, and programs. For example, some speakers may be our employees, franchisees, or industry experts. Any instructor providing training to new franchisees will have a minimum of 200 hours of subject matter experience and be certified on their topic. Okay, so... imagine getting a high-powered PR firm and just getting that Reddit post in particular. Okay, well, that was interesting to go back through and look at the Adam Brimhall again. I'm going to have to definitely look a lot closer into them and all that. Okay. What else? Okay, so I have some more stuff under the like media PR campaign thing. 5 months ago, Matt did an interview. Now, is this going to still be up? Building a community with bricks and minifigs. Okay. So I already found a discrepancy right here in the second paragraph from what we read earlier, but let's go ahead and read this. Building a community with bricks and minifigs. This is earlier this year. Growing up, I remember one of the first Lego sets I had was a castle that had a white horse. I remember playing with this set for hours, which led to my parents buying me a few more. As I grew older, I would buy Lego sets here and there. There's just something about building Legos that feels so rewarding. Matt McNeff and his brother both felt the same way about Legos. In a recent interview with Matt, who is the COO of Bricks and Minifigs, we talked about the beginnings of the franchise, Grail Lego sets, and becoming a franchisee. Back in 2017, Matt and Ammon became franchisees. Okay, they became franchisees, not owners. So in 2017, now remember, what's his name was already, Reed Brimhall was already the CFO. So it is the case that it appears to me Reed Brimhall was an owner of Bricks and Minifigs. At least he was an officer of it before Ammon, the current supposed owners, Ammon and Matt. And that just makes me wonder, is Reed Brimhall still an owner? Back in 2017, Matt and Ammon became franchisees, and about a year later, they became owners of the brand. David Ortiz and John Masick asked the brothers to take over the business. John and David were looking to move on. There were some health concerns and some other things going on, and Ammon and Matt had some other business experience, and they approached us and said, "Hey, would you guys like to help or take over the operations of the franchise and get things going that way?" And we said, absolutely. We loved it. And so we took things from there. And from then on, between, oh, sorry. And we took things from there. And from between then and now, we just signed just past our 300th franchisee. Okay. I think this is what this means. I think I finally get it. They'd never had 300 open, operating, up, and running franchises at any given time. I think it's been 300 total they've signed. OMG. Somebody said, LLC. The Call-in 99 said there's only 200 in operation. Do co-owners get double counted? Right. Do co-owners get double counted? That's what I want to know. So the system has grown quite a bit since then. Before having the roles they have now, the two brothers ran a store in Orem, Utah. I asked if Matt remembers the first set they sold, and seeing how his eyes lit up when he talked about it, it was incredible. It was awesome. There was a line of people waiting for the doors to open, and one of the very first customers in line was a gentleman by the name of Reed Cohen. He had a box of cookies there waiting for us and he said, it just, we're so excited. He brought us cookies as we're opening the business and said, we just want to welcome you to the neighborhood. Okay, thanks, Reed Cohen. As for that first set that was sold, I want to say it was either Anakin or Obi-Wan's Starfighter. That sense of community is missing in the digital age. With online stores letting customers click and pay for items, Bricks and Minifigs is a more gratifying experience. Where else are you going to find a store where you can go and physically hold it in your hand, inspect it, and actually know what you're buying before you buy that collectible piece, or just that fun thing you've been looking for from Brian Mansell's collection? I put that part in. It's just, we offer a unique experience, customer experience, and community, and frankly as well, people aren't going to find another retail location. Also, by buying items at the store, you don't have to wait a few days for them to ship. Not only can you buy new and rare sets of the Bricks and the Minifigs, but you can also buy individual pieces and minifigures. That very thing you're talking about, somebody walks into the store and says, I was building this with my son. Something fell behind the couch. I can't find it anymore. Do you have that one piece? And we're like, yeah, we got that one piece. The stores also buy a big bucket of Lego from their customers and reincorporate those pieces into their inventory. So if you ever lose a piece and think you can never complete your Lego set, check in with a Brick and a Minifig store. Since 2023, Bricks and Minifigs has opened 150 stores, marking one of the most accelerated periods of growth in its history. Through its buy, sell, and trade model, each location gives unused Lego items a second life, with new builders demonstrating the company's continued success as a franchise-driven in-person retailer. The stores are authorized Lego resellers specializing in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, and will proudly surpass 300 stores in 2025. According to Matt McNeff, we have around 230 stores open in 2024, and we will have 230 stores open, and we have 300 franchisees. So we still have to get those 70 that are waiting to open and going through the process. In the conversation interview with Matt, they talked about the sense of community. When I worked at a bookstore many years ago, it got to a point where I knew the customers walking in by name and already knew what they wanted. The same goes with Matt and the Bricks and Minifigs philosophy, as he called it, the cheers effect. Oh, alcohol, I'm telling the bishop. It's a place where people come and gather. I've had conversations with people, we're sitting there pulling parts in the bulk tables, and we're just talking and getting to know each other and asking about what brought you in here? One thing I know about working in retail is there's small conversations and they mean a lot and they turn into casual customers into lifelong customers. Another great thing about the Bricks and the Minifigs location is that it is not only a Lego store, but it is a gathering spot. On their website, go to the location tab, enter your zip code, and a list of nearby locations will generate. Each franchisee run location has multiple events for its customers and neighbors. They'll do everything from birthday parties to community building events to stop motion animation workshops and camps. Why? If you love Lego and you want to own your own Bricks and Minifigs, the team helps potential franchisees out. Matt and his brother don't give you a store and say good luck. It seems like that is what they do. They're there to help. They're there to help stores succeed. We have them come out to Utah, which is where our headquarters is, and pay us a bunch of money, and we do what we call a discovery day, and we have Reed and Adam Brimhall teach them stuff and all of that. Okay, anyway. But I kind of ad-lib some of that. Y'all can pause it and read it there. As with anyone having passion for something, they need to know a lot about what it comes with it. It's all about building community and getting people to interact around this common shared love. It's definitely not about stealing from old people. We're so isolated with our technology, and COVID made it 10 times worse. I think people are starting to realize we need those spaces to be people, to connect. Okay. Ammon McNeff, CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, alongside his brother Matt McNeff, who's the COO, envision a future with over 3,500 stores worldwide. The company has already expanded from the United States into Canada, where 2 locations are already open and authorized to sell in Australia. With Lego being an international brand, Bricks and Minifigs aspires to reach even non-English speaking countries and share the creativity of Lego with fans around the world. Yeah, with all the languages y'all learned on y'all's missions. Okay, well, anyway, that was an interesting interview I wanted to tell y'all about, but that was months ago. Now, there was this interview as well that had Ammon and Matt both, okay? But let me tell y'all, we're excited to share our CEO Ammon and Matt, the COO Matt, were interviewed with Pastrami Nation. In the conversation with Nolan Smith, they discussed the journey of building Bricks and Minifigs from a family passion for all things Lego to creating a retail concept focused entirely on buying, selling, and trading new and used Lego products. Thank you, Nolan, for the thoughtful interview. But when you go to the interview, it's gone. I got hiccups again. I had hiccups so bad this morning. Somebody said, I'm going to take a wild guess. There ain't going to be no 3,500 stores. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much to Savvy Turtle for the $5 super chat. It sounds like BAM PR firm wrote that for them to save face as the Titanic sinks. It sure does. Thank you for the $2. 100 in name only, sign wink. 200 in operation. That's what I wanted. Thank you for the $2. I'm trying to figure that out. Anyway, so now this podcast is gone. It's deleted. The Pastrami Nation interview. There's another Matt McNeff interview. So this is more their PR they were trying to hit on. This is just about a week before BAM turned before Ben turned their world upside down. Okay. So this is March. Resale franchise Bricks and Minifigs builds on the Lego boom. Brothers Ammon and Matt McNeff admittedly don't have strong childhood ties to the Lego brand. Our grandma had a bucket of Legos, one of the old 70s buckets that had products in there and some old cars, said Ammon. It's not that we were, and I wonder if it's the same grandma that watched her husband get shot to death. It's not that we were completely isolated from the brand, but we just didn't have access because even back then it was a little bit more expensive. We grew up playing with Lincoln Logs. It's perhaps surprising news to some given the McNeff's lead Lego reseller concept, Bricks and Minifigs, which buys, sells, trades various Lego products. Ammon is the CEO and Matt is the COO. John Masick and David Ortiz, don't ever forget those names, opened the first bricks and minifigs store in Battleground, Washington in 2010 after meeting 8 years earlier during a bidding war. Wait. I thought it was Ammon who said he wanted to buy the company because of a bidding war. You know, it's not lost on me that the entire company, we might have to clip this part out as a short, okay? It is not lost on me. The entire company, Bricks and Minifigs, the whole existence, the inception of the company itself only happened because two guys really wanted somebody else's important, valuable Lego collection. Okay. Two guys were bidding on apparently an old lady's Lego collection. I often come back to the we steal from old people. I often come back to it and I'm like, Ben Schneider knows something we don't know. Yeah, there's we steal from old people, the situation with Brian Mansell's father, of course, there's that. But I just feel like there's some other we steal from old people we're going to find out about. I just feel like that. So John Masick, the original founders of Bricks and Minifigs, both of them really wanted somebody else's freaking Lego collection. They really wanted somebody else's Lego collection. And they met during a bidding war, and then they started Bricks and Minifigs in Battleground, Washington. What an apt name for the story. The McNeffs grew up in an entrepreneurial family. You know, their dad had Legally Mine. He learned from Jay Mitten. He's now been accused and tried and I think admitted to practicing law without a license. He's a schemer and a scammer as far as I'm concerned. But they learned from him. And this sentence right here, or a sentence just like it, is what made me start looking into that dad in the very first place. What do you mean entrepreneurial father? What kind of entrepreneur? Whoa, now I got about 75 hours of stuff telling you what that is. I mean, that's an exaggeration, maybe 20. The McNeffs grew up in an entrepreneurial family and worked for a family-owned healthcare legal services business. Years later, they came across Bricks and Minifigs while attending Salt Lake Comic-Con with their children, at the time creating and selling leather superhero masks. Stop. Oh my God. They sell leather masks. They were selling leather masks. What freaky are these people into? The McNeffs grew up in an entrepreneurial family and worked for a family-owned healthcare legal services business. Years later, they came across Bricks and Minifigs while attending Salt Lake Comic-Con with their children. I thought the sentence was going to end there. It keeps going. At the time, creating and selling leather superhero masks. like Comic-Con, like okay, girl. Leather, not plastic. Okay. Their kids were familiar with Lego through video games, as the brand had by then extended far beyond plastic bricks. The McNeffs were hooked and saw the products as another way to make money. I mean, to play and engage with their children without electronics. Within 3 months, the brothers signed a franchise agreement with Bricks and Minifigs. Another 3 months later, they opened their franchise in Utah. Right away, Matt McNeff found the Lego community's passion to be palpable and infectious. That just sounds like you need to go to the doctor. There's almost this lifestyle to Lego fans, Matt said. Yeah, and leather mask makers too, girl. Y'all slid right past that one. being able to be embraced, and be part of a community that was eye-opening. It was eye-opening and has been a ton of fun. It wasn't long before the duo was asked to consider corporate leadership with the brand. Though the company opened its first franchise in 2011, Ammon noted the original owners didn't intend to grow much using the model. Franchising was very new to them and different than anything they had experienced. They felt they were at the end of their capacity for growing it. Okay, this is a different story than somebody had medical problems and they needed someone to take over, but okay. They felt David and John, were at the end of their capacity for growing it, so they were interested in looking for somebody they felt could do that. Enter the McNeffs, who were eager to take the opportunity. We took over the franchise side, said Ammon. We identified gaps because of our experience that we knew we needed to implement to make the process even better for incoming franchisees and make more money, I'm sure. The brothers initially put the franchise growth on the back burner in favor of stabilizing processes and systems and taking control of everybody's inventory. I made that part up. This included diving into the numbers to analyze what had and hadn't been working for operations, using the data to inform system-wide improvements. The brand had 35 locations when they stepped in. It hit 300 stores in 2025, and between 70 and 100 are expected to open this year. The initial cost to operate ranges from $241,000 to $570,000. Look, y'all, if you got this much money, you ought to probably just open your own store. You don't probably need a franchise. Sales are seeing a boost. The average franchise generated $50,000 in sales per quarter when the brothers took over in 2018, and as of the second quarter of 2025, the number was a little over $121,000 a quarter. The company in January announced its system-wide revenue exceeded $95 million. One of the tenets we've tried to employ in all of our business operations is never believe yourself to be the smartest person in the room. Well, girl, nobody believes you're the smartest person in the room. I said small as, maybe they might believe that. Nobody thinks y'all are the smartest people in the room. Don't worry. Do not worry. Put a 4 in the chat if you do not believe he's the smartest person ever in any room he's ever been in. Always recognizing there's somebody potentially has a better way that can improve what you bring to the table. Didn't happen. Never happened. Because of that, we've actively sought individuals that can help us grow in the right areas. Yeah, I bet you did. And Lego collections. Y'all sought those out too. Community continues to be key. Widespread growth continues. We get letters from kids. Don't let your kids write no letters to adults, y'all. Thank you for being my happy place. Oh my God. I can't stop thinking about the leather animal masks or the superhero masks. In my mind, it's dogs. In my mind, they're making furry masks for the Pride Parade or something. 1 million bajillion cajillion % never happened. That's fake. That's fake and it never happened. Now, they keep talking about the 300 stores, right? That's 300 store, 300 store, 300 store, 300 store, 300, 300, 300, 300. I wanted to show y'all this. Business Wire. This came out earlier this year. This was January 2026. Now, they went ahead and put out a whole PR statement on this one. Bricks and Minifigs surpasses 300th store, doubling growth in just 2 years. Orem, Utah. Bricks and Minifigs, an authorized Lego reseller specializing in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, proudly surpassed 300 stores in 2025. Through its buy, sell, trade model, each location gives unused Lego items a second life, with new builders demonstrating the company's continued success as a franchise-driven in-person retailer. Since 2023, they've opened over 150 stores, marking one of the most accelerated periods of growth in history. So this is like a press release they put out. They wanted everybody to know it was 300 stores. And that brings me back to that interview that I was telling y'all I saw. I don't remember who said it, but whoever it was that said it was like, whoever it was who said it, they were like, I think this whole 300 stores thing is all to get Lego's attention so that they can be official purchasers, like Bricks and Minifigs. Because that's one of the things people keep asking, what does Bricks and Minifigs or BAM franchising in particular actually offer to franchisees as benefit, other than being able to put their sign on the door and it says Bricks and Minifigs? Like, what do they offer? Okay, fine. They have a week-long training. They have a few day-long training. Okay, cute. What else? What are you getting out of this $500,000? What are you actually getting from this $40,000 franchise fee? What are you getting from them? Well, it would be really nice if you could get a deal where you could directly buy sets from Lego. I mean, that would be nice. Um, and maybe Lego is like, okay, once you have the 300 stores, they'll be like, look how fast you're growing. You have all these stores. Maybe, maybe. Seems possible to me. I'll say that. And then, as the last item in this PR marketing thing, a few days later, Retail Touchpoints puts out a press release. Lego reseller Bricks and Minifigs rapidly doubles store count to 300 locations. And it's the same, it's like almost verbatim. It's an Ammon McNeff. We came to Bricks and the Minifigs as customers and fans before we were ever part of the executive team. Our journey serves as a reminder that every store represents someone's excitement and passion for Lego, a desire to pour that energy into their community. 300, 300, 300, 300. For some reason, they're really obsessed with the 300 thing. Okay. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Hold on, I got a text. If anybody requested, if anybody requested that police report thing that I told y'all about earlier from Adam Brimhall, just if you could send me an email, let me know you did request it. I'll try to request it, but they probably gonna not send it to me. They don't ever send me stuff that I need. Thanks so much to Kevin. Barbecue went through financials on paper. They're insolvent. Cool. Thank you for the $2.99 super chat. Thank you so much to Savvy Turtle for the $5. Clip that old lady Lego collection exhibit lost count. Exactly. Thank you for the $5 again. I knew Ammon was a masochist. Girl, what is the leather masks? I'm freaked out. They were selling superhero GIMP masks. I don't know what that is. I'm scared, Kevin. Thank you for the $2.99. Thank you to Savvy Turtle. I bet they turnkey financed the franchisees just like their real estate MLM, and that's why they didn't get their own stores. BAM Business is not selling Legos or starting franchises. It's turnkey financing for number they want. You make a compelling point. I don't know what they doing. I don't know what they doing. They didn't tell me. I don't know what they're doing. But I do think it's interesting that there's all these financing hints here and there and everywhere going on. Financing this, financing that, Fortune financing there was financing in the RICO with the Vail. There was financing of the law firm thing. There's financing of cars. So, I mean, maybe they are financed. Does Bricks and Minifigs... Golly. I wish I just had like a little bit better understanding of finance, really. But alas. Thank you for the $20. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2. Prospective franchisees have to put $40,000 down before even opening, by the way. That is crazy. Enterprise update translated for you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, I don't know what a GIMP mask is, girl. I'm scared to look it up, though. I tell you that. I am scared to look. Okay. Is Matt McNeff an actor? Not financing, franchising. Okay. Matthew McNeff played himself backstage BYU Planetarium, segment Planetarium. I was looking for info. It's a documentary. Matthew McNeff is apparently in it. I gotta try and find I don't know how I watch it. It's starring Craig Barris, Ray Bernier, and Mikael Davis. It was aired in May 31st, 2012, BYU Planetarium, Season 1, Episode 6. Matt McNeff played himself. So if anybody has access to being able to get the planetarium for Matt McNuff. He apparently is on IMBD. Thanks so much to Kitty. Not even the smartest person in the room went alone. Oh, girl. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I think South Park probably will do a brick and a minifig episode at some point or something based on it. Let me go check out the docket over here on this federal on Pacer and see if anything's been filed. Now, this has happened before where I've looked it up and there you go, there was something filed. So here we are. Most recent thing filed last we looked was 14, but I already did cover that. Nope, still nothing. Yeah, no, I'm not going to look it up. I'm not looking it up. I did see Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty grotesque, but I did see it. What's going on in the Tyler Robinson case? Let me just Google it real quick. Live updates. Okay, I'm going to switch to Tyler Robinson real quick because I just want to see what's actually going on over there. So New York Times has this live updates feed, and so they're like actually typing updates. Put a 5 in the chat if you were here when I did this for Diddy. If anything, crazy happens with the bricks and the minifigs, I'll turn back to it. Donald Trump Jr. is at the hearing, girl. See, this is what I'm talking about. Let's just do a little brief update over here. Because it's the same judge that put the TRO in place in the BAM case. It's the same judge. So I want to keep track of what he's doing over there. I don't know how long I'll stay on this. I've already been on here for over 4 hours, so I am a little tired. But let me just... take a look here. Live updates. Officer tells of a Charlie Kirk's death and the hunt for a killer. Also, there was some American Fork police. Okay, wow, this is crazy. Okay, let's look at the New York Times updates here. I don't know. Sorry. Heavy security outside the courthouse in Provo, Utah, with armed officers on the roof and deputies at the side entrance. A handful of online streamers, quote, conspiracy theorists, and curious locals showed up to try to get seats. Mary Ann Woodhouse, a retiree who lives near the shooting scene, snagged one of the last wristbands. Charlie Kirk's, this 5 hours ago, family issued a statement this morning saying that every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that has irrevocably impacted their lives and the lives of his children. The relatives and the widow, Erica Kirk, as well as his parents and sisters, said an outpouring of support has sustained them during the darkest days of their lives. That's the judge. That's the judge. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how unconstitutional he looks. The judge says he understands that the proceedings may provoke emotion, but he says spectators must remain quiet. Earlier, he acknowledged Erica Kirk's presence. The judge denied emotion by... So news outlets had asked to use like their phones and their computers and stuff, but the judge said no, and of course not. The judge doesn't want anything that he does to be up for debate by us. Probable cause hearing will take place. Oh, it's a probable cause hearing. Actually, no, it's actually called a preliminary hearing, but you have to show that there's probable cause. The judge has to find it, and I'm sure he will because he's unconstitutional. The probable cause hearing will take place each day this week from 9 to 5 Mountain Time with an hour break at noon on Wednesday. However, the hearing is scheduled, for hour break at noon for lunch. On Wednesday, however, the hearing is scheduled to begin at 1 Mountain Time. Prosecutors are planning to call 4 law enforcement witnesses today and present 40 to 50 exhibits, including 3 that are graphic in nature. Chris Bagley, a police officer who used to work at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was killed, has taken the stand, this is 4 hours ago, as the prosecution's first witness. Chris Bagley, police officer who used to work at Utah Valley University. I think he now works at Spanish Fork. So this is what the shooting scene used to look like, but then they paved all over it, and that was the American Fork Police Department that helped out with that. 4 hours ago, as the prosecution's first police witness describes the layout of the Utah Valley University campus, the camera pans out to show Tyler Robinson, the defendant, for the first time today. He was wearing a beige shirt and paying attention to the officer's testimony, and he was writing something with a red pen. 3 hours ago, even in high-profile cases where the crime itself was stunning and graphic, courtroom testimony is often dry. Prosecutors are taking their time establishing that their first witness, a former Utah Valley University police officer, knows the layout of the campus. They are also using his testimony to admit photographs of the campus into the record. So I guess this was him. Officer Bagley is testifying for the first time about the moment he heard the gunshot that killed Charlie Kirk. He described how he was providing security on top of the Hall of Flags on campus and then heard a rifle pow-pow ring out and saw Kirk slump over. He then rushed down to the courtyard where Charlie was killed in a chaos of screaming and running students. 3 hours ago, the officer said police mistakenly thought they had apprehended the gunman moments after the shooting. Remember that guy that was like, I did it? Then it turned out that man was a PDF file and now he's in jail. He says he saw a pistol holster lying in the grass of the courtyard, which conflicted with the fact that the gunshot he heard had come from a rifle. He rushed to the roof of a nearby building where he spotted a potential clue, which was a red and black screwdriver. They took a 15-minute break about 3 hours ago, and then they came back. As the court returns from a brief break, this unconstitutional judge, Tony Graff, said that unlike general courtroom spectators, victims' real relatives are allowed to leave and return to the courtroom as needed, not just as breaks. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. His relatives can get up and walk around, but the media can't and we the people can't. Why can't it just be if you got to get up and disrupt? What if one of the family members needed to go pee and comes back in and disturbs one of the other family members? Why are we doing this? This is the same court that wants to call everything a private civil matter. This guy, he doesn't need to have a job. This is not fair. So if there's a disabled person in the courtroom who needs to go to the bathroom, fuck them. But if it's, Erica Kirk needs to go powder her nose or take a hit of her vape, she can leave and come back in. Got it. Sounds fair. Got it. Officer Chris Bagley said he saw signs that a sniper had been on the rooftop of the Lossy Center. The signs included what appeared to be imprints of elbows, knees, feet in the gravel in the line of sight to where Charlie Kirk was shot and a mark where the shooter had placed the gun. The officer said that when he saw the telltale traces of a sniper on the rooftop, he realized that Charlie Kirk's assassin was likely at large. He called dispatch to ask if there was any security footage of a person on the rooftop, and was told that there was. A figure that ran to the edge and lay on the roof, and then after the shooting, he ran along the roof and dropped off the building. The prosecution is done with Officer Bagley, and Tyler Robinson's lawyers are now beginning to question him. His lead defense lawyer, Catherine Nestor, begins by asking general questions about the security preparations for Charlie Kirk's visit to Utah Valley University. This cross-examination from Tyler Robinson's lawyer could be the first real insight that the public gets into how his defense team might try to poke holes in the prosecution's case. The defense line of questioning suggests that the security was actually very light. Charlie Kirk's visit drew thousands of people, but there were only 6 campus police officers. Girl, they probably were all over in American Fork trying to hunt for a YouTuber or something. There were just 6 campus officers, no weapon screening machines, no drones flying overhead. Charlie Kirk had his own security detail, but there were no officers from nearby Utah cities. The prosecution and the first police witness have been referring to Kirk as Charlie. One name that has not come up yet is Robinson's. Okay, there's the picture from outside in front of the courthouse. This would have been the courthouse Reckless Ben. This would have been the courthouse Reckless Ben was going to be going to, but it got moved to federal court for now. The preliminary hearing is on a lunch break till 1 p.m. This was an hour ago. Tyler Robinson's defense lawyer will continue her cross-examination of the first witness, a campus police officer who has described his response on the day of the shooting. Inside the courtroom, supporting Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, were Donald Trump Jr. and commentator Jack Posobiec, who was wearing a green wristband indicating that he was a guest of the victim's family. Erica and her supporters, she don't have supporters, girl, stood and left the courtroom immediately as law enforcement officials began testifying about the details of Charlie's shooting. When he was struck by a bullet, slumped over, she returned to the courtroom after the break. Tyler, for his part, and this was an hour ago, this update, has been reserved but attentive. He's wearing a gray suit, a dark tie, along with handcuffs and ankle cuffs. He's noticeably thinner and more pale than when he was taken into custody. Wow, he was already pretty pale 10 months ago. Occasionally, he traded words with his lawyer, Catherine Nestor. When a former campus police officer described the pandemonium seconds after the shooting, Robinson appeared to lean forward slightly, his facial expression a little more intent than before. That's when Erica and her in-laws abruptly left the courtroom. Oh my God, that makeup. Girl, Getty Images did not do her any favors. My God. Barely known outside of conservative youth circles before Charlie Kirk was murdered at a campus event 10 months ago, Erica Kirk was thrust into a crucible. Former Miss Arizona at a Donald Trump pageant, born Erica Francevy, which means Frankish. She was a New York-based entrepreneur selling a Christian-themed clothing line when she met Mr. Kirk, and she was dating his friend at the time, Cabot. She was dating his friend at the time and his employee, but then started dating him. Got it. After they got married in 2021, she became a featured nepotism speaker, and she's probably a CIA asset or something. I don't know, girl. Catherine Nestor, one of Tyler's defense lawyers, is cross-examining a police officer who used to work on the Utah Valley University campus, where Charlie was shot, and is questioning him about the specifics of what he witnessed after the shooting. Now, about 30 minutes ago, she just finished the questioning up of that first police witness, and many questions were aimed at raising doubts about whether Robinson could actually be identified as the gunman. Nothing you found that day, the lawyer asked, was able to identify who the shooter was, right? The second witness called is David Hull, a police officer who works for the Utah Department of Public Safety. At the time of Kirk's shooting, he was an investigator with the State Bureau of Investigation Major Crimes Unit. See, this is what I was scared of going to Utah for. Look at this. A fierce competition for seating and a few surprises at the Charlie Kirk murder trial. It's never fair. They never fairly give the public seats. Never. Competition has been ferocious in Provo, Utah for seating in the small courtroom where Tyler Robinson is on trial. Just 13 seats were reserved for credentialed media members and 14 for the general public, while law enforcement, including 4 armed SWAT officers and members of the victims and accused families, took up much of the seats. Donald Trump Jr. decided his ass needed to take one of the public seats, sat in the front visitor row alongside his new wife, Bettina Anderson. That pisses me off. They never give the public enough seats. At least this one is being streamed and the public can watch it on the screens, because at the Diddy trial it was about the same. They would put like one or 9, 10, maybe sometimes 11 seats for the public, like 40 for the media, 2-3 rows for Diddy's family. It was a freaking circus, and it wasn't televised. I'm about to pull up the stream and see if we can watch some of it. They're trying to use hearsay
To determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed.
Look at this
as defined by
unconstitutional
statute
freak.
or rule. I have examined this, and clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
So they're arguing over evidence. Let's see if the New York Times.
Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits.
Oh, we just saw it live. There goes Erica.
And
There
they're
goes
filming
Erica.
the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just
Oh
need
my
to clarify
God, they
that,
got a
Your Honor. I'm
blonde
sorry.
army in
No,
here.
and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you are objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that.
She was mad we got to see it. Don't she kind of look like Jody Hildebrand?
Objection,
back.
just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Girl, we just saw it.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
We saw it. We saw it.
Did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to.
Okay, so while they do that, this is how the judge has previously.
Mr. Novak.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. This is how the judge ruled on how evidence is going to be viewed.
Novak for Ms. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just want to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis.
Okay. He looks so inexperienced. I know.
Mr. Gorianna.
And he is.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, It is correct. Mr. Novak's correct. We did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and Your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to.
Okay. I want to pause this for a second because I have a Reckless Ben update. It's not like super breaking, but it is something that I have been wanting to take a look at. Someone did go ahead and throw up the transcript from earlier. So let's read the transcript together so y'all know like exactly what was said. I didn't do this transcript. Someone emailed this to me. Ben's pretrial hearing today, trespassing and disorderly conduct. This is case number 261000376. Ben had his first pretrial hearing with attorneys in his trespassing and disorderly conduct case. It was boring. Just as these things usually are when you finally get an attorney. I was unable to get permission to electronically cover the hearing, but I typed out a transcript at the end. The next hearing in this case is September 15th per the defense's request. For more time to review the case and the discovery. Ben has not gotten his fingerprints taken. This is the third time the judge has asked. The judge's tone was neutral and judicial, but he told Ben's lawyer to make sure it gets done. And I do think Ben is maybe like not going back home right now because he doesn't want to get swatted or something crazy. This was the case for Provo versus Schneider, case number 261000376. It is the disorderly conduct and trespassing case out of BAM headquarters in Provo. It is the least significant case. Yeah, this is just like the one where he went up to the Bricks and the Minifigs corporate and Ammon said, never happened, never happened. The next hearing in any case is August 12th for the stalking and targeted residential picketing charges out of American Fork. We'll keep information updated. I think this is that same person. Yeah, awkward begets awkward. Shout out to them. Nothing interesting. The drive already does have the audio of the previous two hearings in the case. I'm very irritated that my media request was denied and then not acted upon in a timely manner, but that will be a separate post. I don't think the court followed its own rules on providing public access to hearings. I have a plan to make sure this does not happen in any future hearing. Thank you. I submitted a request to the court for this audio. I will update the Proton Drive with that when I get it. I don't think that it will warrant its own post. If you'd like to help offset the costs, you can do so at this link. https://co-fi.com. That's ko-fi.com/Chris reports things. Okay. https://co-fi.com/Chris reports things. Okay. So here's an unofficial transcript that he just typed up after the hearing. Is Mr. Williams online? The defense attorney, yes, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you? The judge, I'm doing well. How are you, Mr. Williams? This is Ben's lawyer. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, sir. Okay, and have we got Mr. Schneider online? Ben's lawyer said, yeah, I believe he is here. Yes. He said, I'm here. Yes. Now, again, y'all, I was in the hearing. I was listening in. I could hear this part. Ben was not on the screen at any time that I was able to see. He did just stay on audio only, it seems. Your Honor, I'm asking the court to give us another okay. The judge said, okay, we're here on case 261 ending 376 scheduled for a pretrial this morning. Mr. Williams, that's Ben's lawyer, what is anticipated? His lawyer said, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to give us another pretrial conference date. Mr. Delacino and I entered our appearance on June 24th, and I know that the city has responded to our request for discovery, and I know that we have some. Mr. Delacino and I were in a federal jury trial all last week in St. George. So we're just sort of getting caught up on what's been provided right now. So if the court could give us a new date, that would give us a chance to go through what the city has provided. The judge said, okay, so just in the normal course then, Mr. Williams? And Ben's lawyer, John Williams, said, I've probably, Your Honor, what's the next available date? Like maybe 30 days? The judge said, about a month out. Where does Ben live? He said, California, I live in Los Angeles. He said, okay, so I'm assuming you're going to need a WebEx hearing. Ben said, yes. The judge says, okay. And then Ben's lawyer says, Your Honor, if the court could consider September 1st, will these always be on Mondays? The judge said Monday or Tuesday is fine. Ben's lawyer said Monday or Tuesday. If the court has availability on September 1st and Mr. Schneider has, does that work with you? Ben, does that work for you? And he said yes. The judge said that doesn't work for us. Okay, September. So let's go past Labor Day. September 15th, would that work? The judge said September 15th, 11 o'clock Utah time. Yes. Then the judicial assistant said, Your Honor, we need fingerprints. The judge said, Mr. Schneider, Ben, did you do fingerprints? He said, oh, no, I have to get those done still. The judge said, yeah, lawyer, Mr. Williams, can you work with him and get those submitted? John Williams, yes, Your Honor, I will. We'll make sure that gets taken care of. The judge said, okay, anything else, gentlemen? John Williams, this is Ben's lawyer. No, Your Honor, thank you. The judge said, okay, thank you. And that was that. That was the transcript. Yeah, I think he's a patsy too. I did think at first that it could have been him, but it all started for me when he jumped off that roof and I didn't see the gun with him. Like, where's the gun? He did not have that gun in his pants. His legs bent. So where's the long rifle? I do think he was manipulated in some type of Discord, some type of group chat, and I've always said that. Thanks so much to Lily. The BAM map BJC translation has me rolling. I'll have to check it out. Thanks so much to Savvy Turtle for the $5 super chat. Pulp Fiction guy in trunk with leather mask. That's Gimp oh my lord. No way. Thank you for $5. Thank you to Sage Wares for the $5 super chat. Bricks and Minifigs legal fees were $49,000 the year McNeff's took over. Bricks and Minifigs legal fees for 2025 reported as $832,000. A really amazing statistic. Yup. Thanks so much to Rose for the $5. When you realize their lawyers are part of the machine too, who needs a 300-page filing? Makes sense. Yeah, no, it's a lot to explain. Thank you so much to Mirinth for the $2 super chat. Matt McNeff is at 9:40 in the BYU Planetarium video. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find it. BYU Planetarium documentary. Wait, it's a series, right? Where's he at? The 9-minute 40-second mark? Is it this video? It don't even have a title here.
Preparing them adequately to go into those programs and be successful.
I don't see him. Gideon got arrested again, girl. Okay, let's see. What about, this is the one. It said season 1, episode 6. Season 1, episode 6. I didn't see him at 9-minute 40. BYU campus tour. Y'all just send me the link to it. It did appear like there were a few different episodes. Thank you for the $2. Thanks to GRB for the $5 super chat. Did you already go over the Reckless Ben hearing transcript? No, I just did though now. So yes, now. Thank you for the $5. Thank you to Rose for the $2. Reed's daughter is Becca Brimhall. Okay. Solberg. Okay. Can't post links in super chat, but paste it in the chat. Okay. I can't click the links from there. Somebody will have to email it to me. Somebody will have to email it to me. bjcliveshow@gmail.com or ThatSurpriseWitness@gmail.com. Let's take another look at the Pacer and see if anything has been uploaded to that case. So far today, nothing. Oh no, Solberg is the one who works at Legally Mine. So that's the Reed Brimhall connection to Legally Mine. His daughter, Solberg. Brooke Solberg? God damn it. Yup. Garrett Solberg, too. So does the husband work there? Lauren Thompson. Lauren and Lindsay Thompson. Mike Webb. Get away. Mandy Scott. Jared Maddox. Bundy, McMillan, Thacker, Diaz, Heaps, Merritt, Jared, Dune, Lund. Dave Gibb. Afraid of lawsuits. Garrett Solberg. I don't see... Oh, and then this Natalyn Lewis freak. I don't see... Brooke anything. This guy, though. Garrett Solberg. So I'm guessing that's the one you're saying is the son-in-law. The son-in-law. This guy, Garrett Solberg, you're trying to say is the son-in-law of the CFO of BAM, the Bricks and Minifigs. So this guy is the Bricks and Minifigs CFO son-in-law. Is that what I am to believe? Thank you for the $2 super chat. And for letting me know. It's a family business indeed. That's what I'm wondering. Are we on the verge of another super reveal? That's what I'm wondering. Girl, people are so absolutely brainwashed. Not everything is an anti-Semitic comment. I hope that y'all are aware of that. It's become like the snake eating itself at this point. I'm pretty sure they were saying Solberg because that's the same last name, just like we were saying Brimhall, just like we were saying McNeff. I guess saying somebody having the same McNeff, two McNeffs might be related is anti-Semitic too. Y'all really have to chill out and truly leave. Like, if I'm going to be being accused of being anti-Semitic every time I say, oh, two people have the same last name, then you are absolutely not in any way cut out to be over here. So please do leave. It will not hurt my feelings. It will not hurt my feelings in the least. I will not hurt my feelings in the least. I won't actually even notice. Just go. Okay. Darren Hicks, Crest Consulting. Your tape's coming soon too, buddy. Your tape's coming soon too. Somebody emailed me and said, this jerk, Darren Hicks, This is the idiot corporate kept sending us when my mother and I were trying to sell them back our franchise. Maybe worth looking into him as well. Huh. Good to know. Darren Hicks. I'll be looking into that. I will be looking into that. Thanks so much to Evil Fairy. Late, trying to catch up. Just watch Who Does Fortune Law Fortress Follow. Isn't Ashley Wells listed as one of the Airbnb owners with Ryan Wells? It's not Ashley, it's Rachel. Rachel Wendy. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Okay, so as far as the Tyler Robinson case is concerned, it looks like, I do want to do a quick recap there. It looks like the judge has put a pretty strict guidance on the evidence that can be presented, although he is allowing some of it to be presented and shown. And as far as today is concerned, they've gotten through one witness and they're on the second witness. I will probably fast forward through the Sorry, I'm checking my tips on my emails, like the info tips. Um, I'll probably watch that and see what, if anything, I notice anything special or whatever. And I do want to be following that case. Let's see. This individual appears to be the Little Pink Houses public Facebook, YouTube channel. Oh, Jenny Warner. Jenny Warner. So she's one of the ones they follow. Okay, interesting. Okay, I am getting tired though. So, I mean, oh, girl. They're saying the North Korean spies apparently on my chat are saying that maybe part 3 is going to be coming out today. I will right. I will look up a couple of the loose ends here today cuz I'm just starting to kind of like I was tired when I came on here, so I got to go. But I am going to look into that planetarium thing. I am going to look, hopefully, I mean, girl, I was louder for like 3 seconds. I think that happens when I click different things on different things. So I will look up those things that y'all told me to look into. I do have a lot of emails. I just saw my emails. I got so distracted by them. And girl, if part 3 comes out today, we got a lot to talk about tomorrow. I would strongly encourage you to go over and subscribe to Ben's Patreon. He did see. Okay. Thank you, Fark6070, for the $5 super chat. The Brimhall family connections can be seen in East Idaho News. Daniel Howard Johnson's obituary. Devin is the son with autism, not Adam. Good to know. Okay, so I'm going to. It's anti-Semitic if you think they're all Israeli spies. Well, I don't. I don't think Tyler Robinson is an Israeli spy, so I think I'm in the clear. I'm going to look into the planetarium. I'm going to look into the translation on the band map. I'm going to look into, also I want to start looking into the divorce. I have the divorce, like some of the divorce papers that are publicly available from the McNeff divorce, the mom and the dad, but I really haven't even had a chance to start getting into those yet. I'm going to keep going down the Brimhall trail, and who knows, we might be getting some news soon. I really think that we probably are going to get a filing today in the federal case. I just really do feel that way. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, if facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions, please do not contact anybody mentioned here. Thank you, Unbound Infinite Self. I like that name, for the $4.99. My husband and I love you. Well, I love y'all back. Love you, Meanie. Okay, bye.